Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. Vidnall, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in and from the universe. So, greetings, y'all, on May 22nd. Yeah, so far, 2022. It is 11:19. About time for a puff puff pass. And so, it being Sunday night and almost Monday morning, um, been doing chores around the farm, hotter than the Dickens, rain everywhere but here. Hey, Chloe. Hi, Tracy. How are you? So, good, great evening this Sunday, and cheers. I hope everyone is as well as possible. Hey, Travis. I know, because what it is I'm tired of it. Urgent, breaking, alert. We're all going to die. Apocalyptic. I'm fed up, passed up to here. For how many years now? Now, here's sort of my issue in that there are some things that kind of sort of are a little urgent or maybe breaking news or but it's these folks who have used the same ruse for how many years now, and they're still after it. And but there are things that are important for us to keep an eye on. But everything now has become, oh my God, we're all gonna die. Everything is doom and gloom. We're all gonna die. And I wish you could smell this. It's my one of my gardenia. It's one of the first gardenias off my bush out there. And oh my God, you walk outside and it just whoo is in the air. So I brought this one in the house, and it's got stinky all in it. you know, it smells good. Tell you what. But anyway, oh, me and Doug are doing all right. He's over there laying down and being peaceable. He ought to be. I took a little sidewalk through the woods today, and he went ripping, snorting, and tearing. And he ought to be tired. I mean, he was just blasting through the woods, just lickety split all around me, and gave him a good run. He's not near as restless tonight. He's like, you know, I fed him dinner just a little bit ago, and he's kind of pretty much knockered out. But no, the my cautionary tale with the headline for the topping for tonight is that I think it's urgent that everybody keep an eye on these breaking news issues as to whether or not every one of them is alarmingly enough. Are you with me? Alarmingly enough to be tragic, or you know. So here's the thing: what is something sure enough catastrophic really was happening? If somebody said, "Hey, listen, this is really an alert," I'd go, "Yeah, sure." No, 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 dude. I mean it. This alert, alert. I mean, yeah, okay. They have cried wolf. They have used these terminologies to, to decry, that is this is immediate, right? Urgent. Okay, they want you to pay attention urgently, but do I need to? Well, some of these folks that I have been watching for years and years and years, and it's just across the net in different channels. But it's alert, it's urgent, breaking, 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 and um, some of the stuff that is breaking news isn't really breaking news. Now, just for an example, they are still claiming that the stock market's going to crash. Now, I do believe they got it up their sleeve. That's they're trying because they're always wanting to manipulate the money. But with all the things for the last 4 years, okay, at least market's going to crash. Trump's done this. The feds are going to now. Here's the thing: there has been some shucking and jiving going on within the financial systems and everything. They're doing Bezos thing or whatever it is over there in the Netherlands or whatever. Starting today or tomorrow, whatever. So it's tomorrow over there now, anyway. But the idea, though, that those folks are making decisions with trillions upon trillions of dollars of trade in a day. And we don't have any kind of quote comprehension of what these folks is up to, but we can't deal with what them folks is dealing with because we're all the way down here. So what they're going to do is what they're going to do. Whether they tell us what they're going to do or not, it doesn't matter because they're going to do what they're going to do. And how many times have they lied to us? Hey, Tracy, distraction from the stuff, absolutely. Um, yeah, the League of Like-Minded Beings. How are y'all? Look at his head, so you don't. Yeah, and lovely George Bush this last week, where everybody is showing this thing where he said, one man's decision to go in and strike in on and on Iraq, and then he went, I mean Ukraine, Iraq, and he tossed it off like he knows what he done. But the thing is, though, that the people who are still using those click words, what I am concerned with is I'm watching all, like 200, 300 some odd channels, that I've subscribed to, that I watch through, if not every day, at least every other day. There are times when I just got to take a day off and I just don't want to look, but I still have to keep up with stuff. That's my job as watchman. But as I keep watching alert, breaking news, it's like, what's so breaking about it? What's so alerty about this? What is the Armageddon thing that's going to happen? Well, we've got 10 weeks worth of storage for wheat. Okay. 10 weeks. Okay. Well, that's um, 4 and 4 is 8. That's 2 months. 9, 10. So that's 2.5 months worth of wheat. Okay. In storage. Okay. But there's a lot of wheat in process. And, for example, we have a, Flowers Bakery in Thomasville is their home office. And they've got a bakery right downtown. I mean, literally like 10 blocks from town is the bakery. And boy, 12, 1 o'clock, we'd get done with theater and stuff and walk outside. The smell of the fresh bread in the air. Oh my God. Yum, yum, eat them up. So if anything's going to happen, these folks are going to go, they've got their own storage. If you don't think Flowers Bakery has got their own storage facilities for wheat, okay, they do. I've known some of the Flowers family. Them folks ain't stupid. I mean, seriously, they ain't stupid. I've met some of them, have partied with some of them back in the day, and these folks ain't stupid. So they've got their own supplies of wheat and flour and whatever they need to make their product that's already taken out of the system. Okay. So this thing about we're all going to die because there's no more wheat, it's all gone. There's only 10 weeks. Well, listen, Their winter wheat that was come in. I don't know if it's been added yet. There are some crops down here in Georgia that's they just planted, which is a little late actually. But we've got no rain now. The rain came through this evening. Hey, Susie Q, Tracy, Chloe, and anybody else that's sitting in the background. Love you. You don't have to say hi if you don't want to. It's okay. But I'm concerned about that. There are, we're all going to die scenarios in 10 weeks. Um, when I was a kid, when they said breaking news, everyone sat in front of the TV, and I was told to shut up because what the news. Absolutely, Tracy. Absolutely. So now we don't know if it's really that danged important or not. And that's my point. We've been over flooded with this terminology for how many years now? For at least, for me, at least a good 5 years. All right. Breaking, I want you to tell me that when it's really important, you know, hot off the press. Okay. Well, that tells me that oh, everybody have a drink of coffee and oh crap, filled it too much. Bob, our AI friend out there, we love you. I'd share some coffee, but it would fry another computer. But it's the overuse of the word that other people are using, you see, that is really bothered me because we are getting into some stressful times. And how are any of us going to know if this is really an emergency? Because some of the stuff that has been touted as urgent and an emergency hasn't really turned out to be an emergency alert. you know um Now the Amber Alert, somebody's been abducted, it gets turned in. That's something you should pay attention to because this just happened, right? Oh, monkeypox, yeah. I got this thing that my my folks upstairs have been running through my brain. you know no human was harmed in the development of this monkeypox. A commercial, for the monkeys, right? Never mind. And I was on another subject in my head, like no monkeys were used in the development of mankind. If, if you think you got a monkey in your DNA, well, then you just scratch under your arms and swing from a prehensile tail if you got one, because we weren't. You know, I always thought years ago growing up, I was the strange kid. It was like the missing link. And I said, the missing link, you ain't going to get it from this one to that one. You just ain't, folks. Oh, no, this is science, Dave, and study archaeology. And I'm, "Oh, okay. But you're trying to tell the missing link is we come from the stars, y'all." So that's the missing link, you know. Could they have used some DNA or from here, from there, and twiddle twiddle? Yeah, but are we directly related to the ape? No, absolutely not. Please stop thinking that if you think that's where you come from, And now they got this monkeypox. So my my crazy brain earlier today was like, I'm like, so only people who believe that they are descendants of monkeys are gonna get this monkeypox. you know, oh please Jesus, for all those evolutionary folks, they're all gonna be sweet Jesus. We're well, I guess if you were a Jesus folk, you wouldn't believe that you were a descendant from a monkey either, because that don't go. But anyway, you see my joking around with this, but to the alert, and we're all going to die. Hey, Deborah. Yeah, I I remember, and it's on Tubi, I think. But the movie, oh man, it's the Monkey Trials from up in Tennessee. And I've been in the town and I've done puppet shows up in that area where the Monkey Trials were held back in the day. And it's a very interesting, true story. And the transcript and so forth, it's a very interesting, and it's a was a movie. They have used it as a play, and I can't remember the name of it. It ain't the Monkey Trials, but in black and white. Um, but the interesting things that were said and how it was presented around, almost 100 years ago, kind of thing. But the idea, though, that everything that is out there to grab our eyes or our attention, is catastrophic. It's apocalyptic. Oh my God, everything is apocalyptic. Well, if you get a tornado, it feels like the end of the world. I've had two of them over the time that I've lived here on my property go over my house, tear my neighbor's barn up twice, rip the shreds all up, all kinds of stuff around me, trees in the back and stuff. Thank you, Jesus, not me and my house. But folks nearby and electrical, my neighbors, they've been hit by both tornadoes that went over the house. But did it seem like it was apocalyptic at the time? For me, I was like, "Holy Jesus! I think this might be it." The storm was howling when that Hurricane Michael came through. I have never seen pine trees lean over sideways and then try to spring back up. It was the dangdest thing I have ever witnessed in my life. Scary, terrifying, you betcha. But we made it, you know. Was that the scourge of that righteous God that so many Christians pray to? I don't know, but I know that I was just praying to my angel buddies, like, if it's going to get me, okie dokie. But when you hear that roar, and the whoosh and the vortex of air, and there ain't nothing, it sounds like a freight train. And within a couple of seconds, you realize it just went over you again or near you, by you, or whatever, because the whole house and everything shakes and trembles, and the windows rattle, and it ain't an earthquake, but it'll, having never been in a real big tremor of an earthquake. I have been through two tornadoes here. A tornado that when I was living in Tampa, that we were this. It went by two houses down from us when it went by. Okay, I mean and this was a big double wide trailer. Then there was a lot, and then there was another trailer and a house, and then the tornado. And I mean, it was like 800 feet wide. It just ripped through neighborhoods all through North Tampa, took out the Skyway Drive-In. I mean, that was in the 60s, and it traveled halfway across the state. It was just, oh my God. It was at the time, it was the longest had touched the ground at that time, a tornado. But we were three houses down when it went by, and we thought the world was coming to an end. Dark, black, scary. Oh my God. But so, but, and I've been in other situations too, but I mean, just from a storm kind of sort of weather, Mother Nature kind of thing. Um, the idea that they've been going on, and I've had close calls along with a lot of other people, don't get me wrong, who have, been really close to a storm. When I was up last summer with my kinfolk and around Dayton, they had tornado warnings up there, like 14 miles away from where my brother lives. And I was like, folks down here bitch and complain about tornadoes are the bad weather. And they was like all over up there in Indiana and Ohio, and I was like, okay, doke, y'all don't talk about how bad it is down here when I went up there, and with only the first day of being in officially Ohio, we were like, tornadoes up there. So anyway, it's not one place. It's not any, out west in Kansas and out there and so forth. And Missouri and Arkansas, they had some bad storms. They have bad storms in Mississippi and Alabama. I mean, when the weather kicks up, that's what it does. And it's been going on as long. I'm 69 and three quarters. I haven't been pulling that joke in a while. Hey, Barry, what's up? Hey, Deborah, did I say hi? Mine sounded like a chopper. Yeah, yeah, I've heard choppers before too when they arrested me with that helicopter over my head for growing six plants of marijuana in my backyard. You know, that really is a true story. Um, but I mean, to have the storms go over, and I've been in a couple of other areas where storms have went over, and just whether it was a tornado or not, there was, 50, 60, 80 mile an hour downdraft weather. So was it catastrophic at the time? Damn sure felt like it. Felt like Jesus was going to walk right down out of the clouds and take me to heaven, or I was going to get swept away by the wind. Have been in the drowning situation several times. Was down on the river that time when my friend come got me and he goes, Dave, we got to go now. And I was like, what? And he goes, look at the water in the river. Now this is just down, you know, 15 miles south of me, right? And it was several years ago when there was a big low pressure system down around Tallahassee. And the Ocklawaha River runs down into Tallahassee and then all the way down into Ocklawaha Bay. But it was raining so hard south of us that the water was flowing upriver. And where we had our campsite, by the time we could strike camp, which wasn't much, the water had come up a good foot. And by the time and the canoe was full of water because I didn't have my kayak at the time, and the canoe was full of water. And I had to dump it out and bail it out, get in it. And by the time we shoved off, where we were camping was almost underwater. I mean, the with the river flowing backwards, and then the rains came. The water started flowing upstream before the it started raining good. So, but you talk about a strange incident, and that point of I've been in situations where we were upstream and there was that, hey, Scratch, how are you? And the water came up suddenly, okay, but to have the water, and it's happened twice to me on the Ocklawaha, where it was raining so hard south that the water couldn't run downriver. And because there was less water north, it flowed upriver as well and flooded. Just the weirdest, honest to God, holy crap moment. But these are just natural things. If you hadn't been there, you'd go, yeah, well, that was strange. Yeah, but it does happen. And these strange things are normal because of conditions. Like if the water is flooding so much in one place and it can't go downhill, it's got to go back up. I mean, because that's the easiest path, right? The path of least resistance. So, but anyway, is it odd, weird, all that kind of stuff? And did anybody else notice or did it affect them in any way? I doubt it. But those of us who were on the river and were fishing or whatever that weekend, we got it. We learned. But there are other places where that kind of thing can happen too. So, but high winds and rain, and this is still kind of sort of springtime. Um, and it happens every year we get this. Sometimes it's worser than others, like today, over in Dothan, which is about, I don't know, 80, 100 miles from me as the crow flies, not that far. Rain all up and down over to the west of me, rained in Thomasville to the south of me, rain to the east of me over towards Valdosta. We didn't get a drop, not a drop. The rain went on both sides of us on the Doppler radar. And I was outside going, Jesus, I was doing jigs. I left the window in my truck open. I left tools in the yard thinking, oh my God, every time I do something silly like that, it rains, right? I was laying stuff out in the yard on purpose, sort of like rabbit calling to be eaten. I was like, come on, rain gods, do something. You're over there. The booming, it's right down the road, literally right down the road, and not a drop of rain here. So, but it is what it is. Hey, Barry. So, but anyway, with the urgent and, the stuff that's going on, um, if my local, okay, Barry, let me make a point to that. Um, Elder Barry says the earth wobbled back. I noticed shadows in my garden. The sun tracked back south and now is 50 during the day. Um, okay, now one thing I noticed last night early was where uh, where the moon was. So during full moon and it's the eclipse and all that good stuff. From sitting here, looking out my window, it was through the pine trees out there in the background, and I could see it as it moved, and I could move my head back and like this, but it was lower than the tops of the trees. Okay, it was in the trees from my point of view, so I had to go outside, and it was really low. I couldn't see the moon until it got to this one spot like due south of me where it's more open and the trees aren't in the way, but it was still low in the trees. Now that's just been 8 days ago, okay? Because we're at three-quarter moon now ish. And the moon now is all the way popped back up. And it's back up to where I could see it clearly without any trees in it last night. And I was like, holy crap. And when I was outside, it was like 2 days ago, the moon was down in the trees, and now it's like, boom, it's moved 15 to 20 degrees over the last 3 days. I mean, like, bam. I agree with you, Barry. We have wobbled. The moon has wobbled. We have wobbled. And I'm not quite sure what that equates to as to the sun. Um, I think we have wobbled south, is the way it feels like to me. Um, because if the moon is already low, and of course, for the moon to move 15 to 20 degrees in 2 days, that's a big one. But for the moon and the earth to combine, so if we roll south, then the moon comes up higher. And when we roll back, it goes down. So I'm not quite sure, but have we rolled? Has the moon wobbled? You betcha. And I mean in the last 2 or 3 days. Absolutely. Just by simple observation. And we went into full moon. It went really slow and nice, and we eased into full moon. Even though it was really low in the sky, we eased into it. But now all of a sudden it's like boing, we have sprung back. So, but that's a fact. And it'll be interesting to see where the moon comes up tonight. But yeah, since you mentioned it, so but yeah, just keep an eye on it for yourself. So Mother Nature's wobbling all over the place, and like people are worried about what the Pope said. Pshaw. I'm more worried about if the Earth is wobbling left or right. We have some really bad storms. I mean, I talked about this several months ago. Raise your hand if you remember. And I said, Creator told me to keep an eye on the Gulf of Mexico. this season. Well, guess what? We had this kind of just boil up out of the Gulf today. This low, and it's like the 1st of June is actual hurricane season. But there's these great big rumblings, all the rain and stuff we got down here. We didn't get it in our little spot down here, dang it. But Florida and the Panhandle and Alabama and places, they got drenched, and some high winds and some tornadoes and maybe some hail. But not here where we're at. We literally, both sides of us and to the south of us, got to the Georgia line and quit. It, frustrating. We had a cloud, like I could see it on the radar and I could look at it and go, yes, and it went that away. you know. Arr. Hey, Coleslaw. Well, good for you. Hope you're doing well, Coleslaw. But so anyway, enough about weather, but it's here. And but what's interesting is that there's this big low trembling low hurricane kind of low pressure thingy down in the Gulf already. And folks are talking about, wow, it's early, late May. It's not even hurricane season officially. And we've got stirrings in the Gulf. And I chuckled to myself and went, yeah, you know, I kind of got a warning that myself several months ago, if anybody remembers me mentioning it. But I was like, look at that. And hoping, swears outside, going, please, we need rain right here. Oh, water my blueberries and water some, please. Nah, went right by. So, the rain can literally be right down the road and you're not get a drop. Good fortune, bad fortune is, I used to think that my place right here was, cursed, but then that means there's a whole bunch of folks about a 2 mile square that is that mean we're all cursed? No, but there is a little ridge, so where the elevation comes up slightly, and it's strange. A storm will be coming up from the south, and it'll just kind of move a little to the left or a little to the right, or stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. Anyway, so but other things, the price of meat has finally got to us down here in the small community, but it's still here. It's still available because they get it from local places. There are folks who raise cattle down here and who go to the market and sell their cows. Okay. It's not like Walmart that goes to the big beef lots or whatever. So there is beef on the shelf. There is chicken on the shelf because we have millions of chickens around here with hundreds of chicken farms and thousands of chicken buildings and millions of tons of chicken poo every year. So we've got them. They're here. So there's food being produced. The farmers are putting it out. The chicken production hasn't stopped, um, because folks have 2 or 3 months of corn stored. They grow their own corn and put it in silos because they know how much feed they're going to need for the next year, and they will buy some to supplement what they've grown. But and a lot of times from local farmers that they've set this thing up right. So as much as there are people who are screaming and complaining, and do you really know down on the basic level how some of this stuff works? Now, it may not be the same in your area, I know, okay, but there are places where you can get goat around here. You know, they raise it for meat, right? You can get chicken, of course, but there are local butchers and there are local bakers and there are local people who do stuff, right? Now, I know if the big commodities, now, there's not many folks around here that grow wheat. Okay. Now, that's like, okay. But there are a decent amount of people who grow corn. And, cornbread has always been a favorite. down here in the South, where light bread or wheat bread, because they couldn't get wheat, they ended up with cornbread. Cornbread is much favored down here than getting light bread or whatever, you know? So if there's enough corn to go around, folks are going to be milling their corn and making cornmeal. They're going to have cornmeal, and they're going to be making them some, white cornmeal, stove top, pan fried cornmeal. But to the point though, so them folk ain't really going to worry too much about the wheat. You follow me? Because for a long time, Southerners didn't have wheat to begin with. Having light bread or wheat bread like that, that was tough to get. But you could get cornmeal and make all kinds of stuff with the cornmeal. Just saying. And there are farmers who've been planting corn already down here. And no, it hadn't come up yet. But in 30, 60, 90 days, usually the corn comes in. And so those farmers that have put it in, um, yeah, I'm not much of a fan of it, let me tell you. As kids, we were taught to put syrup on it for whatever reason. Now, we were from Ohio. You can tell I'm from there, huh? Sorghum, yes, 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 yes. Now, one thing that has also gone around here, and Cairo, Georgia, is named Cairo, with a C, and they're called the syrup makers because uh, of all the literally syrup that was made in the Cairo area. There was so much sugar cane that was grown around Meggs and different areas around here in the South way back in the day. There were huge cane fields, and they made sugar and syrup. Thus, the syrup makers in Cairo, Georgia. And that's also where um, Gene Roddenberry, because there's a bunch of Roddenberries in and around Cairo and down in there. They even have a, Roddenberry Memorial Library. And I've done puppet shows down there, and I've known people, met people. I go around in the area because it's just south of me. I could go into North Florida for going through Cairo. Um, the Indian reservation is just south of Cairo, the Tama reservation down there. So, but anyway, so there are things in this area, along with the Roddenberries and pickles. I I think they still do pickles. They had huge vats over a bunch of acres where they would pickle pickles, and not so much in syrup anymore, but the amount that they used to do in days gone by, that's what people lived off of. They grew, little spots of sugar cane in the corners of their field, and at the end of the year, in the October-ish, November, they would have cane grinding, and that's where they'd have this thing with a pole, and a mule went around and around and around and around, right? And they'd grind that cane and get that sap out, and they'd put it in these great big cast iron things. They still do it. It's cane syrup down here. And oh my God, is it good? But it's harder and harder to find now because not ain't no. Maybe that's something I ought to see about growing is some cane, some sugar cane. For natural sugar. That ain't a bad idea. Hmm. I'll have to see about that. Because, you can take a patch of 100 by 100 and plant some sugar cane. And that's a lot of sugar cane, for a small area. But anyway, um, but people, in the South are not going to worry near as much about the wheat situation as folks in other places because they're used to cornbread. I ain't saying it ain't going to make a shortage and other stuff, but In the past, we have always been able to figure it out, right? Um, I remember my granny telling me about how they had ration cards during World War II, and that you got rations, and unless you grew the food or knew somebody that had killed a hog. That's what my granddaddy did. He was a butcher. He could kill a hog, a pig, a goat, a cow, or whatever. And um, and my pops, he was the meat cutter. He didn't do the gutting and killing and skinning, but once he got that part done, he could cut it up into steaks and stuff for you, and some good sized ribs and all. But so I know myself, a meat cutter, I'm okay, but to kill an animal and to gut it and all, I've done it. I am not a fan. I mean, I have cleaned lots of fish in my lifetime. Last time I cooked or cleaned some fish, I was still not a fan of, you know, but I ain't starving to death neither, or I don't need that kind of thing right now. But so walking in my woods this evening, I noticed that there's a lot of rooting going on. I mean, a lot of rooting going on. And I couldn't actually tell. Barry, we need to talk about this one on the chat or whatever. I want to do a video chat with you, but one of these days. But there are wild hogs in my backyard. I mean, like 50 yards behind the house, um, and further back, and onto my neighbors. And I mean, where there isn't any water at the moment, there's a lot of mud turned up. So I was kind of worried in that, I know there are a lot of deer and turkey and stuff like that, to be self sustainable around here. Oh my God, my neighbor told me that there was hogs just on the other side of the bridge up there. And lo and behold, they have moved south of the bridge into my backyard. So now I got wild hogs running around back there. Need to be careful, I reckon. But so the alert for me is alert, alert. I got wild hogs in my backyard. That's an alert to me. How many? It seems like there's a couple of them. Do they have tusks? Well, the ones that I've seen on the sides of the roads and have crossed in front of me, yeah, they're true, shown up razorback type wild hogs. And so that means that's why I think Duggar sometimes is taking off through the woods the way he does. And because now I have followed where he was tracking and trailing. And guess what? There are little wallers along them in the trail. And then there's another waller, and then there's a trail and another waller. And it's like, oh my goodness. So, um, producing. Yeah, sugar cane. Yeah. Those are, those are the types of things, sugar cane. I mean, simple things that, you know, um, back in the day, neighbors and old timers, South Georgia, Arkansas, Alabama. When we traveled through Alabama with the carnival back in the 60s and early 70s, um, you know, out in them sticks in small towns, Butler, Alabama, Monroeville, other areas, Frisco City, there are a lot of farmland around there, and not so much anything else. But folks do a little bit of this, they grow some cotton. But lately, I think it's um, an issue of, yeah, to grow cotton is great. And, it's good for the industry, but you can't eat cotton, period. You know, now we weren't supposed to be having cotton oil, but apparently over the last 10 to 15 years, they've added cotton seed oil into this realm of, um, God, there's rapeseed oil, and I can't remember the. the name of the oil anymore, but they added a bunch of oils in there that did not used to belong there. Hey, Scratch, a gun that fires slugs. There's a new 74 caliber air gun. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. You know, Barry, and see, now I have bought, purchased, you know, obtained um a 177 break barrel that shoots at 1300 FSP, right? Well, that's a small. Well, I liked it so much I got this break barrel 22, and it runs at 980 to 1080, so it's roughly at 1,000 feet per second. Now, that ain't bad. That's like very comparable to a real 22. And so, but if I hit one of them puppies square in the head, all he's going to hear is a pew, you know, and by the time he looks up or looks around, he's going to be dropped. So, since they're literally right behind the house, I mean, like right behind the house, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of clearing of some of these trees so I can sit up here on the my upstairs up here, and just keep an eye out. The other thing is that because it drops down, even though it's right behind my house, is a couple of feet that literally drop right down from the lowest point right behind the house. It still drops down lower. So I'm still raised, and all I got to do is clean out a couple of trees that are, in that height. And after burning and everything this spring, I can see a long way. And so close enough to this first pile that if any of them pigs is wandering through my backyard right now, if I had to, I could drop on. Now, I've had wild hog before, and oh my God, that is the sweetest tasting meat. And I'm not a big hog eating kind of person. I've worked on hog farms, and my brother worked with with the hog on hog farms, and from little babies to this and that and castrating them and pulling their thingies out, and no, I quit eating hog a long time ago. But one that's running around wild in my backyard, kind of tearing things up in a way and rooting and whatever. I might be able to do that now. I'm just saying, especially if he's in the backyard, and um um especially if he's in the back. Oh, and I believe it's still that wild hog boar is like open season because they've gotten like crazy down here in the south. 10 miles north of me to where my friend Marcia lived, the farm her house that she rented on the farm that sits there. I would come home from her house late at night, and there'd be these, three or four razorbacks just literally run right in front of the truck. And, so they have moved south and behind where she lived was the Little Ocklawahnee River further north of me. So these hogs have been, doing and whatever, and they can have 6, 8, 10 pigs per litter. So for every one mama hog, there could be 10 babies. So and if they have 2 or 3 litters a year, it don't take long for the population to grow. That's why folks down here in the South like to grow hogs so good, because they get a bunch of them in a hurry. In 1 year's time, if you have 1 or 2 sows, and she has 8, and then so you got good, bad, but out of that 8, um, you've got 6 females. Well, out of them 6 females, then they get 8, and then you 8, and by the end of the year, you got a whole slew of hogs running around. So, and so there's a lot of area down here, but I had not seen any kind of wallering or anything on my side of the river. But apparently, there's so many of them now. They've moved south. Hey, G Aunt, how you doing? It is great to see y'all. Is Miss Pearl? Miss Pearl, I was thinking about you today. Actually, in my wanderings, I was thinking about all y'all today. Just going down the prayer list, hope everybody's having a good Sunday, and, hope that, with some of us getting rain, which we didn't. Please, y'all, just move. They could have moved that big old ass rainstorm a half a mile and we'd have got a decent shower, but didn't work that way. But on another note, my gladiolas are blooming, and woo, that's some precious smell right there. That's some showing up stink right there now. But so, with the nasties and the bad, you know, as far as not getting the rain that I was hoping for today, but we've got good chances these next few days and the next week or so versus none. So thumbs up for that. But in the meantime, though, I have been making, uh, you know, I should be working like to finish my front porch out there, right? Where I've been pouring cement and everything. Well, that has taken a really big bad backseat because because we haven't had any rain. Um, I'm shifting some of my energy and what small amount because of the extra heat now. My time outside is much more limited. So I have to start drilling, continue my drilling of the well in the backyard right down here behind me. And I got a good ways already started. I got pipes a good ways down. I got all this set up and everything. And one of the reasons I haven't done it is because the motor that drives this is a poor excuse, but it's the truth. The motor that drive is it's a post hole digger thingy. Okay. And so I have made a frame that lifts up. I can crank it up so I don't have to hold it, and I can attach pipe to the bottom. I've made several different kinds of, fittings and so forth to do what I want to do. And so that it will hold itself up and drill. All I have to do is keep the trigger going, kind of thing, and add water so that it will, pull the mud up out of the bottom. But I haven't tried it because it uses a 25-to-1 ratio gas, and everything else I own is 50-to-1. So every time I'd get gas, I would get it confused with how much or does it have any oil in it. And if I run the wrong oil in it or don't have enough in it, then it freezes up, blows up, and then, of course, my warranty's up anyway because, it's been sitting out there for a year and I haven't done. This has been a really poor excuse. But I've also had a lot of water and I haven't needed to, like, oh, let me drill the well right now. Well, I need to drill the well right now before it gets any worse, because we're already in a mini drought through this little stretch down here in South Georgia. And, I've hand dug the well on the hill to 23 feet. But if the entire hill drops down, it goes down quick. So where the well is in my backyard starts 10 feet lower than where my well is now. So where it is up on the hill, got water in it right now. We're good. But where the top of the well is down here is 10 foot lower than my well. So I'm already 10 foot closer to the water that's further down. So I'm going to go to 20 feet and I should have good water. My well up here has never gone dry, but it has gotten right down to where there was nothing but mud. Um, hey, G Aunt, did I say hi? And Delaney, if you're back there in the background, I don't know what it was, Miss Pearl. If you're listening, that there was something about you today, and I was like, oh, that's Miss Pearl. Hope she's okay or something. It was strange. It wasn't bad. It was just odd that it was like specifically you. Oh, is today? You know what? I've been thinking about him extra um, the last couple days, and I got my T-shirt over here that I've been wearing. Milky Way Messenger, one of the T-shirts I got, while he was still around, and I was wondering. I was like, something about Brian about this time of the year, and and I was like, well, whatever it is, he knows I'm always, there. But yeah, happy birthday, Brian. Absolutely. Good. You get stronger every day. I got to admit, there's been a few days here recently that were just kicked me to the curb. At one point, I thought I was dying. I mean, literally, my breath, I couldn't breathe. And I was like, what the F is this? We had some strange energies going through and all, and I wrote it out for about 2 days there. Let's see, what is this, Sunday? I guess it was about Wednesday ish, and just muddle headed, not able to think about nothing. Couldn't stay awake more than about 30 minutes, maybe 45, and I'd knock out for 2 or 3 hours. It was a rough day. And at one point, I woke up and it felt like somebody was sitting on my chest. And I have been sticking with a half a pack of cigarettes a day, and sometimes a little less. So one pack for 2 days, and into that third. I haven't been smoking anything other extra. I'm not smoking anything more or inhaling. You know what I mean? So why anything would feel like something was sitting on my chest. But anyway, but as I was 69 and three quartersing, and I was like, man, you can't go there. My daughter recently had her 50th birthday. That made me feel old. She's like, oh, Pops, I'm 50. I'm 70. Are you like paying it? Oh, look how old I am. Ding dong, you. What about me? I'm 69 and three quarters. Yeah, but I'm 50. Daughter, I'm 70. Yeah, but Pops, I'm 50. Okay. Ow, got a cramp. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Ow. Ooh, ow. Whoa. Mm. Ooh, that cramp hurts. Owie, ow. And odd pains like that. But I've been doing odd things with moving stuff. Dominic, good to see you. Oh, it used to always be half a pack until I can get done. Yeah, Dominic, I remember him. One of the that I was one of the, yeah, Scratch. He was a great guy. I loved Brian. I did, and I honestly thought I was going to meet him, but you know, I didn't. Hey, Max, how are you? I almost dropped in this afternoon, but I had stuff I was in the middle of doing. But I sent you mental prayers. Did you get it? I, today when I woke up and my head was clearer than it was a couple of days ago, I was just so grateful and thankful. I was like, it's Sunday, and I was like, I almost, looked for a Bible verse and this afternoon, and just to try to bring folks up, uplifting and whatever. And then between chores and walks in the wood and stuff, um, and observation of things, I was like, man, I had to go through some of this, my monitoring of channels and things, and it was more urgent, death and catastrophic, and the wheat thing, and now the this thing and the that thing. So instead of buying up a bunch of bread or flour, buy up a bunch of cornmeal. And if you ever made cornmeal, learn how to make it. You know, And don't worry. I mean, oh, we've only got 10 weeks. Well, I don't, like I said earlier, there were folks around here that grow winter wheat before they grow cotton or whatever later on. And dang, ow, crap. I got to stand up and get out. Oh, wow. Oh, that hurts. I'm upside down in the chair. Uh, but it feels better. Um, but this idea that, the world's coming to an end again. Now, is it going to get tough on some folks some more? You betcha. I am not trying to gloss over that. But I remember the 70s, when Jimmy Carter was president, and um, there was, great big long gas lines, and people that used to get gas for 55 and 65 cents a gallon. Now it was in the neighborhood of $2 and $3, $1.50 a gallon, and people were freaking out. And, it's sort of been like that now, where within the last 6 months, the gas has at least doubled in price, if not more. But that's about what happened back then. So gas was 55, 65 cents a gallon. I was there, and then all of a sudden it was $1.25. And then if you could get gas, and we were all going to die and everything, we made it. Was it a piece? Was it hard? Did we have? Yeah. Oh, is it that close? Oh man, I gotta reload. I think. Maybe not. But so, you know how I am. Yeah, things are going to get tough for some people. I have warned people for years, but to try to look at it in such a way that is like, recently when I went to the store, there was a lot of stuff that I might normally buy, but I didn't. But now, I'll get one because it's progressive, and it's a soup thing with a pop top lid, and you can literally eat it out of a can. Okay. So even if you can't build a fire or something, and it's like $1 a can, a little over $1 a can. And it's good. I've had some other people like, well, I didn't know this was okay. Yeah. So, canned food that'll last at least a year. And it's at your local, if your store has it on the shelves, you know, something that tastes good. I've tried different kinds of canned stuff, and, not necessarily trying to promote them, but they got one of the best soup cans thingy stuff varieties that literally taste good right out of the can without cooking it. So, y'all hold that thought a minute. All right. This is the recent one, Progresso beef pot roast with country vegetables. Okay. And it was $1 something a can, less than $1.50. All right. Now they got different flavors with something. You can get it with chicken or whatever. And so, but pop top lid. So when I go camping, I can just toss a couple of these in my kayak loose. And if I'm hungry, pop the top. I can drink out of the can. I can pour some in my hand and give some to Duggar. You know, And so one of these cans, is a lifesaver for a little over $1, and it will hold up. I've got some of this that is literally years old. Okay. Um, the next other thing is, now there are different brands, but this is the Clover Farm brand. It's a chicken breast. Now let me put my glasses on. Yeah, let me hit my thing again. It's 20 what? 22, 23. Oh man. But um chunk white chicken breast with rib meat in water. Okay. Now this is 10 ounces, and there's juice in here too. And so here's the thing. So people are worried about, what am I going to get? And for me, it's like, I don't do chicken a lot. And there are birds and fowls and stuff around. But hunting ain't as easy as it used to be. What if the freezer goes out and the stuff you've got in your freezer goes out? My next door neighbors had an issue a few months ago where the freezer died. So, but here's the thing. I've had some of this on the shelf for years, okay? And I have tried it, take some with me. Now, I don't have a pop top, but if you're hungry enough, you'll figure out how to get this can open. Um, but here's the thing. So people worried about all of this. What am I going to do if there's no this or that or whatever? You take some of this and stir fry it up with a little bit of vegetables or whatever. You can get vegetables in a can that'll last, and get a little bit of this and stir fry it in. Or maybe you've got some local vegetables or something you can toss in there. And this, it's 10 ounces. So, if you've got three of you, 10 ounces between three of you. So that's 3, 6, 9. So that's 3 ounces of meat and whatever vegetables. That's going to keep you alive. One of these little cans of chicken and the protein and so forth, blah, 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 blah. But here's the point. You ain't got to buy a bunch of freeze-dried stuff and whatever. You can buy it at your local store, see who's got what. And, this is a good basis for a meal. I've done it, have tried it. Now I really like, like I said, the Progresso, and this is how many ounces? Let me see how many ounces. Oh, so it's a net weight of 18 and a half ounces. So 1 pound, 2.5, So, but the fact that it's got a pop top. So for me, when I'm going, camping or out in the woods, or if I'm going to be down the river for a day, um, you need salt with it or some bread. Jose, that's it's funny, but it ain't, but it is. But the dog food that I got for Tramp. Oh, that was my last dog before Duggar. Oh my God. That's weird. But yeah, I've been looking at it, and his food costs more than mine does now. So if I can get a big can of food like this, it's at least a pound. A lot of water and juice in there, but I can drink it out of the can. And like if I'm camping or whatever, I've got the juice with it and the vitamins that it's sitting in, kind of thing. And so, but anyway, but in Canada, yeah. Um, I learned about this kind of stuff years ago as a survivalist, because I had things that I bought as a survivalist 50 years ago, and I'm not joking. Okay. In the 70s, the Mormons have been, uh, they've been, they've been saving and stuff for years. And I came across some Mormons who were really into, at the time, I damn sure would have almost went Mormon. But let me put it up. Get it out of my particular way. But so this idea, though, that somehow we're all going to die because there's not going to be any wheat. Okay, well, what about rye bread? What about pumpernickel? What about cornmeal? But so the thing is that if you're worried about it and you really like bread, now I do. I like my bread, my wheat bread. But 20 miles down the road is a bakery. Not everybody has that. Now, if they start running out, they've already started making their loaves smaller. But I can tell you that if there's any bread left on the shelf at the end of the week, because the bread men go around, then they have a thrift store where they sell the bread, quote, outdated, whatever. And they're just not going to put as much bread on the shelves. Why? Well, because if, and they know, the bread people know, if they put some on the shelf and blah, 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 and they have, they put 10 out and they got two left at the end of the week, that maybe 8 is a good solid number. Well, so they run out of one. Yeah, but better than having to take one back to the store or back to the, bakery, handle it, move it, all that kind of stuff. So they're gonna slow down how much they put on the shelf. Yeah, the Muppets are cool, absolutely. A tin of corned beef spam chicken is good if you run into bears, crack them, and drop the pack of ways. Hadn't thought about that. We've had bear reports. There's also been some panther reports of them seeing and hearing a black panther down here recently. So, yeah, I got peanut butter, but let me tell you, I got into some peanut butter that I held back for probably at least 2 years. And I thought, it's a year past the date, but it's been sealed. It's been, quiet, calm, blah, 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 opened it up and tasted some of it, and it was flat. I mean, it just didn't taste right. But if I was hungry, I'd still eat it. Right now, I'm like, nah, I don't know. Was it anything to be sickening or anything? But nah, it just didn't quite taste right. So, but anyway, back in the day when they gave them out, they had government cheese, nacho cheese, but government cheese, and they had powdered eggs, and they had, oh, what was we just talking about? Canned meats and stuff. But anyway, what you doing too much, Scratch? But here's the thing, where a lot of people over the years have talked about how then he was eating corn soup, but it was green giant cream of corn. Yeah, but Jose, to that point though, um, I w- I didn't read what you said, but I was remembering my granny used to make corn fritters, and a little bit of some kind of something in a can of corn, and she'd make up this dough and pop it into grease. Man, you talk about something that just, you know, uh, Granny, I miss Granny's corn fritters. I miss Granny's, chicken and dumplings. Oh my God, the dumplings she made. Holy mackerel. Y'all just your mouth should be watering right now the way I'm thinking. Uh Powdered milk, yeah. Yeah. Now I haven't learned enough about certain things, but the old timers used a lot of lard. And some of the new timers use a lot of lard too. I mean, apparently, because I can't make biscuits, you can't make a good biscuit unless you got some good lard, like Crisco or something like that. But um, because I can't make biscuits unless it's in a can, you know. Um, and the other thing is was that the flour that I had, bugs got in it, and the mice got in some, and it just anyway. Long term flour for me is not, and plus I can't bake, so I'm better at making cornbread as it is to to try to make a good biscuit. So, but anyway, that lard, you know, lard. Well, you can just keep lard in a tub. It don't have to be refrigerated. But there's a lot of thing that's lard is good for, and also in the medicinal thing, because I've had several friends that traveled with the powwows and things who used lard and a beeswax kind of solution, I guess you could say, to mix in um, whatever herbs that they would make this salve with. And so, but so when I talked with my friend, I said, "So this is mostly lard?" And he went, "Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't spoil. Long as you keep it lid on it." Oh man, Chloe, that'd be great. I'd love to see who had made the best dumplings. But Granny didn't think anything about it. But those of us who traveled with the carnival and ate a lot of places in different states, we'd come back home and go, "Granny, please make us some of your damn chicken and dumplings." Oh my God, whatever. And she was consistent with it. It always tasted. And I think, for example, um, she in her gravy she would take you know the gizzard and the heart and whatever in the from the chicken, because she always got whole chickens, and so the heart would come out and all that, and she'd just chop it up, and it got cooked in with a gravy, and she would boil a couple of eggs and chop that up into this gravy, and in that gravy then she added into the rest of the thing. It's foul. I'm sub to a bunch. You're close to me at least, Dominic. You don't want to be dinner. Yeah, um, take that whistle with you. You know the joke about the whistle, right? Um, you know, Never mind. 527. It's 312. Yeah, they can. I've been in the wilderness up in North Georgia when they um yeah, when they was like really close by, like 10 feet close by, come out around and there's a um, um, two cubs and a mama over there just a little ways, and you go, "Oh, let me just hold still." Uh, uh, I'm just no good at baking. I have tried. I have tried. There are a lot of other things I can cook, but me and baking something now, oatmeal cookies, okay, that's simple. But cakes, pies. Now I gotta drop back. I've learned how I I can't make my own pie dough, so I have to buy the pie crust in the pan, right? But I've learned how to make quiche. And when I had a bunch of chickens and a lot of eggs, making quiche with some spinach or this or that or asparagus or cheese, and and cooking it and making a pie that you can kind of cut up and eat later on the run. It's like, man, I'm hungry, but I don't want to cook now. Let me get me a piece of and let me get me a piece of pie over there. Now I was good at doing that, and I recently bought some pie tins, but have forgotten that that's something I could do. So thank you. I need to make some quiche. And there's a lot of stuff you can do with, making the quiche with the eggs or whatever. And sometimes you can just chop up some, you can buy hash browns in a bag or make your own potatoes and toss them in there with it, you know. And I'm always adding cheese. I have a pound of can of butter in my freezer that I made. It's in the freezer. And I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I said, you know, I had that for my friend Marcia, who couldn't smoke with me, but we could make brownies or whatever, you know, and I did, and we did. And but she, you know, she couldn't smoke with me, so but that was okay. Hey, Spitfire, how you doing, girl? Oh, an hour and 20 minutes. That's a good reason for just taking one. What'd you buy 24 years back? I mean, pie. Oh, your cooker. Oh, okay. I've got a cast iron Dutch oven, you know, with the lid, everything, the big one. I got several of them. I even got some cast iron where you pour the cornbread in them, you know, and it makes a dip. It's got the designs in the cast iron. I got several of those. In fact, I gave away one of them to a friend of mine who they um they be uh, they be using that cornbread more than I do. I mean, for myself, you know, I have bought, you know, biscuits, um, you know, pre-made biscuits, and 10 minutes in a little toaster oven, and I'm good to go. Um, I love homemade biscuits, and I love homemade um, cornbread, but I myself am lousy at it, so I avoid it by myself. You know, living by myself, right? If somebody was around or something, you know, I'd be mixing up some do re mi and making some fresh. But and one of these days, I got a friend of mine I need to go see. I talked about him a year or so ago when he was a friend of mine that was unloading a trailer off of, I mean, unloading his lawnmower off a trailer, and it flipped over on him and damn near, actually, it killed him 3 times. But he's still making it and still around. And I need to go see my good friend Randy. And but they make that homemade cornbread stuff, and so I need to go over there. And they when they cook, so they Southern, you know. So I need to go over there and say, y'all teach me how to do this, will you? I mean, like seriously. I mean, I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to take notes. You know, um, because if the sandwich bread is out and the wheat does go out and I'm missing some kind of bread, there are places around here that do their own milling and things of their own corn. And so if it looks like it's going to go that way, I'm going to find me some cornmeal and make sure that I put it up and I know how to use it. For example, you know, milk, for example. I like a little dash of milk in my coffee. You know, it ain't got to be much, but it's got to be a splash. Now I can make it half and half coffee and milk. That'll be okay. I go to the culinary school of YouTube. I'm going to bake homemade bread tomorrow. Oh yeah. See, now I used to do that, honest to God. And I tried it years ago. We had some friendship dough or something that everybody got this little package of dough. We went to different folks who were doing this. And so we went home and I had a special bowl and I made dough and all that kind of thing. And that didn't go over too badly personally. My friend Marcia was just much better at it. So I'd go over and share with her, and but if, friendship bread or something like that. But it was great. But all them folks are dead now. Scratch, in a way, you're like me. But see, that's why I got cans that'll just pop top that are good. I can add a little bit of, a little bit of seasoning too or something, and I got me a meal. Man, if I'm really busy or whatever, I can pop the top and just literally drink it out of the can and be satisfied, if when especially when I'm in that much of a hurry. But like the other night when we went to the store and um, I got a couple of really nice New York strip. I mean, really nice, yummy, yummy. Hey, Amanda, how are you? I mean, really, really yummy, yummy. New York strips, and for about $6 for two of them. So not bad. Got a piece of bone in them, and for Duggar, of course. But a little bit of Creole, what you call it, Creole stuff on top, and I get crushed garlics in the bottles, and then just literally layer it with garlic because I just like garlic and it's good for me. And some Worcestershire sauce, or I just love teriyaki. And so a couple of drops of teriyaki on top of the steaks, put them into the toaster oven, and 12 minutes, me and Duggar got a meal, and good too. It was like yummy, yummy. But see, I can get steak as cheap as anything else, and I just don't trust hamburger unless I can see it or I know who's making it. Now, I do buy hamburger patties from a particular company, and like God knows what goes in them, but we'd used them years ago on the carnival. Um, and they were good burgers, and never had any troubles with them. But I used to not eat meat, but there's not enough vegetables around here. And as far as me personally, I like to eat a lot of raw stuff. Plants that I can grow around here. Oh, I eat a ton of cheese, Scratch. But for years, all I ate was eggs, a lot of eggs, a lot, because I raised a lot of chickens. So, people are like, well, why don't you eat chickens? Because then I wouldn't have eggs. But I ate a lot of eggs, and depending on what's in season. One of the things that I supplement, oh, by the way, you can get canned fruit, and you should. You can get plums, you can get whole plums. Um, oh, that's interesting. Oh, so you don't eat eggs? No, that's a shame. There's good protein in eggs. But I know folks are like that, and I'm just okie dokie. That's the way you feel. Now, my good friend Martha, there's a lot of stuff she wouldn't eat, but she did do milk and eggs and cheese. So, but she was a strict vegetarian. I mean, just, you know, oh, but if it's cooked in animal fat, she wouldn't eat it. Or if it, I mean, she was really strict about it. So, I make no um, claims about it one way or the other. And I don't need to be rude, but I lasted longer than she did. But I eat a mixture, right? It's not all of one thing. The steak was like this big, like maybe a pound. I think the whole thing was like 2 pounds, so not much. And it's from a place that's reputable. I cook it the way I like it. I can see it, so it's not like I bought it from a corporation like Walmart. This is local cut meat at a local grocery store, in a small town here in South Georgia. So the idea that I'm getting all this kind of um, hormones and things and shots and this stuff, because that ain't happening. Farmers that sell their meat down here, they ain't into that. You know, they're pasture with hay fed, grain fed supplement, but nah. So the type of meat, even the hogs down here, I don't do pig much, but uh, what kind of drinks? Because I don't like them either. I think I'm with you, Scratch. Some of these folks that are growing around here, they like the old style corn. They don't go with the GMO. There's a big field of corn, and normally, if it's something like that, they put out what kind of corn it is on the outside of the field, and this is this and this. It's a decab something. These farmers don't do that, but that's you live and die by eggs. I used to. I need to go back to it, but I need to go back to my eggs and not store bought eggs. But are you talking about protein drink thingies? Isn't it right that I don't have wisdom teeth and humans only develop them? Oh, my wisdom teeth came out a long time ago, along with the rest of my teeth. But I still manage to munch on a piece. How you cut it, the way you cut it, how long you cook the meat. If you overcook it, then it's just going to be tough, and I won't be able to gum it. But oh, the connection's unstable. Please wait while we try to reconnect. Now, ain't talking about nothing, over the limit kind of thing this morning. Just wanted to visit with y'all and see how you doing. Hey, Mr. Steve, how you doing? Yeah, worldwide, everybody. But the idea, though, that kind of, the title of this particular, you probably understand, is that there are a lot of folks trying to sell that we're all going to die soon, and I want to ask these people to please stop it. Use other words. You use anything but these click words that um, are promoting everyone in this downward spiral, in this down. Sure, it's bad. You can't get what you need. I can't get, there's only one type of gas I can get locally. No, I can drive into the bigger town, but I can only get regular. I can't get premium. I can barely get diesel in some of the locals. Now, if I drive into Thomasville another 10 miles, I can get these things. So it's not close enough that I can get these. But locally, what used to be with diesel fuel and premium and extra, we don't. We only have one choice now, and barely enough diesel. So um, yeah, we can tell here in the country that things have altered and changed, but we're dealing with it. Like, well, some bitch, remember back in the time when, yeah, remember back in the 70s when, yeah, remember during them Carter days, yeah, remember during yeah, remember those days when, yeah, remember the time when, yeah, it's just another phase. Is it a pain in the ass? Does it suck? Yeah, but so, it's another page of history. So we are living in history, right? Okay, Tracy, what did you say that was so damn funny I missed? Like cigarettes on pack says additives can cause cancer or whatever. Well, stop adding them. That's right. Absolutely. And the cigarettes go out now, right? Because they added chemicals because people were falling asleep with the damn things and lighting themselves in their house and burning up, right? So they started putting additives into the cigarettes, especially certain brands that I won't smoke anymore because they you can't keep them lit. Now, what the fuck am I? I know I'm not supposed to be smoking tobacco, well, cigarettes anyway. Tobacco, and come to find out, well, whatever they're adding is like what? And so, oh wait, if the cigarette starts to burn too much, it reacts to the heat. So when it gets to a certain temperature, it'll put itself out. So that means you have to drag on it harder to get it lit. So what it is that we are consuming that they didn't tell us about? Oh, wait, we added it so the cigarettes, wouldn't still burn all the way down. Well, I appreciate that because today, with these cigarettes that I smoke, two of them burned down and there was an ash in the ashtray that was this long. So I only got that much of that smoke cigarette. But I know it didn't put itself out, you see. So I smoked 305 longs. These are still $3.65 a pack. All right. And I got two packs left. I just opened that pack. So today, tomorrow, and part of the next day, and then one more pack. So I got 4 or 5 days before quote I need to go to the grocery store. But I also have just regular tobacco, free tobacco. It's pipe tobacco. And I have rolling papers and I roll my own cigarettes like I was in jail, roll them old things up. Um, so many of the tribe members that haven't been whole minute. Yeah, this is. I got all my senses got more enhanced. I can still taste all the chemicals. I got you scratched, but see, and I agree with you. And to my point, that I found these 305s that don't go out, they don't give me a headache, and I know I'm not supposed to smoke them anyway, but I've got other pipes that I smoke tobacco with. Many years ago, I smoked tobacco in my pipes, and I do have a couple of them that I still do. So, um, Limp Biscuit, right? I heard that they put super glow in the cigarettes to make. They put all kinds of stuff in. Now, my dear friend Serge, who was a chemist, did water and this and that. So, and I was certain with cigarettes way back in the day when I was having a lot of seizures. Certain cigarettes, they would fluoresce under a black light. And when I did puppet shows in our puppet barn out there, um, we turned out all the lights and we had the whole barn that was rigged with black lights. It was amazing. And so, anyways, people were smoking cigarettes. Some of them would fluoresce; they would just light up. And other people smoking cigarettes that have little a spark or two in it, but other than that, but Marlboro Lights and the Marlboro brand was more apt prone to, and I used to smoke Marlboro Reds back in the day. So but and other brands, I think there was a Doral that did, and but anyway, so under the black light, the fluorescent you could see it would shine, right? There you can wear white, but if it's just white cotton, it might not show up under a black light. It has to fluoresce, right? So whatever it is in the white, you can have black, but if it fluoresces, it'll look sparkly. But anyway, so these cigarettes were fluorescing and like, the whole thing was lit up. And you'd look at the cigarettes and it was like patchy. And I said, so what's the deal? And he goes, well, remember back in the day when they had all the thing about the tobacco? Well, they were arguing to the point that tobacco does not cause cancer. Okay. But what's in the tobacco and what the hell they've sprayed on it does. See, so when they were arguing in court about tobacco and nicotine and all that, so I said, so why is it sprayed? And he goes, well, back in the day, he said certain companies were in trouble because if you spray sugar water or get this ammonia, which fluoresces, okay, so the Marlboro brand uses some type of ammonia and when they spray the cigarettes. Why? Because as you take a hit, the ammonia or the sugar water, when the heat hits it, it's like it's like getting a hit of nicotine, like you were hitting a crack pipe. So the combination of the water and the sugar or the ammonia, when you take that big cherry, you are freebasing the nicotine out of the tobacco. So when you get down to that little bit, then you're taking that big hit and you got to have one more. You're addicted to that because whatever they're using in it, you are absolutely you're freebasing the nicotine out of the tobacco by what they've sprayed on it. And now there's for the last few years they've been spraying stuff on the cigarettes. I've not checked if they fluoresce or not, but to keep them from burning. So you know that cannot be good for us. Plus, they still want to freebase. So if the cigarette goes out when you light it, you take a big old hit. So what if that big old hit is to help you freebase the tobacco, to freebase that nicotine out of the tobacco? Because that's what they got in trouble for. It was what they were putting on the tobacco to hook their customers. It's not just the tobacco. You can only use oxygen at 3.25 a pack. Oh my God, honey, Chloe, I'm so old. We could get a carton of Marlboro Reds for 3.50. $3.50 a carton. Okay, they were like 35 cents a pack or something like that. Whatever that, yeah, 35 cents a pack times 10 would be about $3. And yeah, that's about right. Yep. Back in the way days on the carnival, my brother and sister, and also some other friends of mine, they had a color wheel game. Okay, now you couldn't lose, well, hardly, um, but and it was a dime to play. So three sides of this tent had a counter, and it was colored with stripes. Okay, different colored stripes, and on the color wheel, which is nothing more than a great big gigantic roulette. No, that's not right. Roulette. Yeah, I guess. But anyway, spin the wheel, right? And brrr, whatever color it stops on, whatever color it matches. So if you put your dime on beige and it stops on beige, then for that 10 cents, you got a pack of cigarettes. You know, they were little short camels and Pall Malls with no filters, but sometimes we'd get in batches. We were buying, cases upon cases upon cases of cigarettes. So, it was the loose pack. So for a dime's bet, and you could bet on whatever color, and if it stopped on your color, then you got a pack of cigarettes. And you could play one pack of cigarettes for two or something like that. So, but anyway, so that was back in the early 70s, all right? And the game was, my brother and sister made a crap load of money that year with the color wheel. And then sold the joint afterward and made their money back on their investment. So they made out like bandits. Marlboros around here, somebody said was like $7, $8 a pack, depending on where you buy them. Now there's some discount cigarette places around here, but they're still $7, $8. Now these 305s I can buy at the dollar store. They're still $3.40, 60 cents, something like that, plus tax. And I have to show my ID when I buy them. But anyway, so but I have just free tobacco, that. Well, hold that thought. So I keep this. Now, this is just one of the different brands, right? This is Gambler. From the tobacco experts. I'm reading this off of the back. Um, Now, this is their gold. Pipe tobacco provides smokers with a gratifying smoke at a great everyday price. Pipe smokers will enjoy its high quality, rich taste, and satisfying aroma. Um, it's foreign tobacco, but this is 6 ounces. Okay. And it's this particular is ground up a little finer. Some of it is really stringy, but here's the thing. Oh, but it's pipe tobacco. Yeah. Wait, what'd you say, Max? I missed. Parkinson's, Tourette's. 50 grams. It doesn't say how much this weighs, does it? This just says 20, um, 20 Class A cigarettes. Um, it does not give a weight. I guess I could and then take out the font. That's what I'll do. Next time I have a pack, I will smoke the pack. I'll weigh the pack ahead of time, and then when it's done, then I'll weigh. I might have it empty. Um, but for oh yeah, man, if you get bit or something, them old timers that take that tobacco that today was chewing, and and I've done it myself when I don't chew tobacco, could never get that part, but I have taken this, some pipe tobacco, or a cigarette and chewed it up and spit it and put it on a cut or a scrape or something, a bee sting or wasp, and you're out and can't get to nothing. And tobacco juice really does work. So whatever is in the nicotine, whatever else might be in the natural tobacco, the gummier, nastier was best. About $50 a can of crap. I shouldn't. Yeah, I shouldn't be smoking either. I was given morphine and Dilantin in ER. I was still, wow, that sucks. I've had both of those. But anyway, so a bag like this is about $6 or $7 for 6 ounces. You know, and they've got some that are smaller, but price per ounce is a little more. But um, but as far as just getting regular tobacco, and then I've got a variety of rolling papers. I don't particularly like to roll and smoke myself, but they got zigzags, 1 1/4, and different kinds. And I just like the old Tops regular, rolling paper, cigarette papers. They still are one of the best, and I got some of them down. Here's my tobacco thingy, and I've had this thing literally for over 50 years. I mean, I had this down in Tampa, and when I lived down there, and the top's cracked, and I heat melt glued it, welded it back together, and I keep my tobacco in here along with my tops rolling papers, and so sometimes one of them is all I really need. And so, like for here, I've got this is an old cigarette and that I gutted. And so, When I get down to where there's just only that much to hold on to because there's no filter, I stick it on the end of this and smoke the rest of the cigarette. And sometimes, because this is so strong, I take one or two puffs and I'm good. It's almost like an e-cigarette. But anyway, so yeah, I know I should quit smoking, but there are a lot of alternatives other than these folks that have to pay because they won't switch brands or make any kind of um, they won't adapt to what the situation is. Like you can still get this tobacco easy. It's still a decent tobacco. Yeah, it's a little harsher than others, and yeah, blah blah blah. But here's the thing: if you ain't going to give up, then there are a lot of alternatives. So I have decided years ago to be the alternative. If I can't afford a pack of cigarettes, and a lot of times I couldn't, but I had some of this tobacco that could last me by rolling myself, 2 or 3 weeks. Gotta have a cigarette, son of a bitch, a long way, don't have any money. Man, I'm sure glad I got this tobacco and some rolling papers. And so, but there are folks who are just going to go mad, they're nuts because for some reason they can't seem to, but there are other alternatives out there, y'all. Like come, but if I can't have my Marlboro Reds, well then, no offense, honey, but screw you. If that's all you can think about is your Marlboro Reds at $9.50 a pack, I ain't saying a word. I'm sorry. And you're bitching because you broke. How many packs a day? Well, two. Well, that's $18 you just spent on cigarettes. Biatch, don't complain to me because you can't choose an alternative or quit smoking, which would save you even more. So right now, with three 3.25 a pack, so that's $1.75, $1.80 a day, that I'm spending if I smoke my cigarettes. Where at $1.80 a day, I'd be smoking a crap load of this tobacco. So, I do both. I smoke this and I smoke that. And if I smoke too much of it, I know it's not good on my health and I know I should quit. But at 69 and 3/4, I'm happy at the moment just by maintaining. Um, because I've given up so damn much other stuff, like gives me a little pleasure, damn it, so but at the same time, there's a lot of times when I light up a cigarette and Lord have mercy, most of it's burned down. And I'm like, well, that was a quickie. The other night I was doing something, doing some research on something, and I'd light one, I was typing and checking and doing, and I look back over and I'm like, son of a bitch. And I'd take two puffs and put it out. And a couple of minutes later, I was like, I never really did smoke that cigarette. So I light another one. Do look back over there, that much burns down. I'm like, there goes two. But at least I know what's going on for myself. Yeah, that pack went quick, but I didn't inhale smoke them all. I know myself, so I'm good with it. you know. But anyway, but you know, will I be able to maintain this quote lifestyle? I smoke. I think I filled up this bowl twice today, and I was up early for me, so um, you know, and this was my third time of refilling, but technically it's tomorrow. So, you know, um, so I don't smoke too much weed, as far as what I used to do and smoke 2 or 3 joints in a day, easy. Easy smoke 2 or 3 joints in an evening, let alone whatever I smoke through the day. But, I'd smoke an ounce in a week and a half to maybe 2 weeks by myself. Um, could have been a little sharing going on, but by myself. So I ain't nowhere near that. And of course, it's much better than the old days. So, and if I smoke it in my pipe, I get the benefit of it, and I don't waste it with smoke all around. And so, I'm careful. I'm I'm conservative. Some might say, "Well, you're being stingy with your weed." Well, I'm sorry. Somebody that has a big old hooter and they like sitting here just talking, and it's all just burning up over here. That I'm sorry, that's just wasteful. You know, if I smoke a bowl and it goes out, I can always relight it. But anyway, what did you see before, let alone smoke it? Smoked heroin? Oh, holy crap. Yeah, getting worms. Progressive and incurable, apparently. How is your pH, your bodily pH? Now, for example, today I was out walking and I always sweat a lot. I'm sitting right now and, sweat's dripping and, back behind my ears and, you know, so I'm have had got that progressive sweating thing going on. It's always been an issue for me, but um my wrist was solid green today. So, but it's a good way for me to tell if my pH high or low. So, and the pH, if your pH is low, whatever illness it is, especially cancer, um, is that um, up your bodily pH. I mean, if you have to literally take some baking soda or something that's whatever vegetable that is high in high pH versus a low, to get it up above 7 to into the 8 or 9 region. Then there have been people who have literally starved their cancer by taking by upping their pH factor, and that they it's been proven that these cancers and things cannot live at higher levels of pH. So if you got to just put some baking soda in it, and this is what the old timers did, was just literally put a little baking soda in a glass of water and stir it up and drink it. What's that for? Well, upset stomach and whatever. But little did some of these people know that they were keeping their pH up. None of them folks knew. I'm thinking about my first father-in-law. He died at 93 or something like that. Of course, he was, blind, crippled, and crazy, but he was still alive. But that the things that he did in the 70s when I was not divorced. But I would go over there after we got divorced, but still, he would have his little tinctures. He'd go, Barnes, get me my turpentine. And he'd take a little bit of turpentine, that you get at the drugstore, about yay tall, with, thin bottle, and and dash of turpentine. They'd have some of that. A little bit of turpentine. Blackstrap molasses. You had to have that with something, and sometimes you just took a big old tablespoonful of it, just molasses, but blackstrap molasses. But Oh, baking soda in a little in about that much water, and some in a and just stir it up and drink it down. And so those were things those folks did all the time. But some of these folks lived in their 80s and 90s without any kind of cancers or nothing. They died mostly of old age. I mean, kidneys failing and whatever. But yeah, but scratch, I'm telling you, if you can monitor your pH in your system, that to keep it higher than and out of that strong acidic range. Because when I look at the green on my arm, I know that I'm too acidic because I'm pulling whatever out of the copper itself, right? And so actually scrape it and eat it, or lick it with your tongue and get it back in your system. But it will keep you from being ill. It just really will. There's just too much information on it over the last 25, 30 years to just say, well, nah, we got to keep our pH up. We just have to. I mean, old timers around here, I've told you the stories about people talking about going down to the local clay pit and where all these folks go to get they'd go and dig clay. I've talked about it when I was in Selma, Alabama, years ago. They had little bags of white clay that you could buy at the convenience store for like $10, and you ate it. Why? It was because it was high in minerals and this and that. And folks around here still do it. That's what's at the bottom of my well. Yeah. Yeah, and when you stop taking their crap, yeah. But the acid reflux and stuff, though, a little bit of baking soda, all the old timers, little baking soda. It was sort of like, you know, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, the Alka Seltzer. But if they didn't have Alka Seltzer, they would just take a little baking soda and they'd say, I need me some soda water. And they knew what they meant because it was baking soda and their water. A spoonful of mustard. I have not tried that. Oh God, I used to have ulcers. Oh my God, I would wake up and cry at night. Oh, trust me. If you're eating any kind of fried foods, just stop it. I mean, just stop it. Um, or modify, because like this new little toaster oven I got, it's got this circularized heat thingy that it's got bake, broil, uh, swirly baking something mode, and but then you put stuff in a basket into the toaster oven. So recently, I've been craving fish sticks or something, right? And so I found our local store is like stocked up with, Gorton's fish patty thingies, right? So, and for $6, I'm like, what the hell, right? So me and Doug are like them both, and I can mix up my own special, sauce. Oh, what time is it? Are we missing one? It's 22 after. Really? Did we miss one? Holy crap, we did. Well, I got it packed and ready. Yeah, I had the Valium thing too. A bed made me crazy. Mustard packs for heat and stuff like that, and also for scrapes and uh, my right shoulder. As much as I like tomatoes and tomato pastes type things, very acid, acidic. I love them. But there are things you can add to the spaghetti, to the tomatoes, to balance that pH, right? If you're going to be, like I really want to do one of my, uh, I can take you know, a bag of frozen shrimp, right? 14, whatever, and take a half a bag and do a I use a skillet, but I don't fry it. Um, I saute some onion and a can of that small can of um, mushrooms. I usually do pieces because it spreads out more in the sauce. But then some green pepper if I've got it, some onion obviously, and um, a can of petite tomatoes in a can, because they're more finely chopped. But and then I sort of make a roux with that. Add some, Worcestershire, a couple of really good dollops to give it a little bit of darker color instead of that red, and then put a little bit of sugar on top, maybe some honey on top, or some, blackstrap molasses. Add a little bit of that into this roux that you're making, right? And as this is all getting together and the mushrooms are starting to get a little tender, they don't have to cook long, but as they're starting to get in there, and them pieces of that, that green onion, I mean, well, the onion too, but as they're starting to solidify and everything, then you toss in them shrimps and, stir them in there and put the lid on top of that, let it steam over, and yum, yum. But anyway, I need to make me one of them because I've been like, licking my chops. But there are certain days that I can stand there and here's the skillet, here's the stuff, and I just look at it and go, I can't. I forget. And I just went through this little. It's not much harder than that, but you use I use nothing but olive oil. People say, "Oh, that's stupid," and whatever, but um, oh God, what is that? Somebody help me out. There's a type of cooking oil that years ago there was. Uh, it was popular. It was all kind of, everybody was, ooh, use this kind of oil. Oh man, what's the name of it? But anyway, because I refused to buy it, vegetable oil and get olive oil. No, not sunflower. There was some kind of seed or something else. Um, yeah, and something that I've noticed here recently when, thank you, canola oil. Lord Jesus, if you use canola oil, stop it. I'm I'm serious. Stop using canola oil. When they first started it, literally 25 years ago ish, it was a certain type of oil that they put in castor oil, and the castor oil also they still sell, and it's good for indigestion and all that, and make you squirt. But castor oil, um, no, it's canola oil. If you can get true coconut oil is what we used in the carnival to make popcorn with, because you could the coconut oil, yeah, yeah, coconut oil. Um, but castor oil, which sounds like casserole, by the way. But yeah, it'll clean your engine out. Hey, Super Scream, how are you? But so In my last 10 years, um, at least, um, nothing but olive oil. I've stopped all the other. Okay, let me go back to the canola. What they made changes to what they could consider as canola. Okay, so it used to be a certain type of seed and so forth, and that was that. There was such a demand for it. Also, there were different companies who were trying to get rid of some oils. They had a little overproduction. It was like, hey, we got a couple of million barrels of this stuff sitting over here. How about, taking some off our hands? So there was rapeseed oil, there was this seed oil, and I mentioned this earlier, where, uh, people that started, that we grow a lot of cotton around here, right? So way back in the day when I was working in cotton and working in the cotton gin and stuff like that, cotton seed oil was not fit for human consumption. Guess what now is accepted as a canola type oil? Cottonseed oil. What? Well, yeah, because they spray it with defoliant and all this stuff. So they were saying, you can't, you can use it for all other kinds of stuff, but just not for humans. Now, that was back at least 20 years ago, okay? 2002, 3, something like that. Canola oil was still, they had added rapeseed oil and a couple of other things that people were like, oh, well, it's still canola oil. No, it's not, because originally canola meant a particular type of bean seed or whatever, right? Like corn oil is made from freaking corn, okay? Peanut oil made from peanuts, okay? Olive oil made from olives. Nothing else, right? So, but canola oil includes all these other different types of oils that they blend together and sell as canola oil. When we found this out, it was about 2003 or 4, because I was going through my divorce at the time and I was having troubles with my stomach. Come to find out, my ex wife was, trying to poison me and, was apparently doing a pretty good job. But so, but then I started, well, what kind of oil using this and that. And since I was living by myself now, I could control these things. And I was like, so I quit using canola. I quit using vegetable oil. I quit using, I quit doing a lot of fried bacons and the greasy bacon. And, now there are times when there's some greasy bacon juice, you need to add something that just helps it out, right? Like you got to have some smoked hog meat. I'm sorry, or you if you can get some, you know, that Granny used to make oxtail soup, and it was just a backbone, big pieces of backbone, not much meat on them, and throw them in there, and add some this and that, and oh my God, oxtail soup, Lord have mercy, makes me yum, yum, yum when I have some right now. Where you just kind of suck the marrow right out of the backbone, and anyway, but so um, when they make collard greens down here and turnip greens too. But for me, collards, you gotta add some of that little smoked hog meat. It ain't gotta be much. You can take one backbone or beef and toss it in there with them greens when they're cooking. And I'm sorry, I've tried all kinds of other stuff to make them greens taste good. Nothing does it but a piece of hog or smoked. Now it's got to be smoked, but that smoked hog meat or backbone or the smoked neck bone, hog meat, oxtail, oh my God, it ain't got to be but a little bit. But Lord have mercy that whatever it does to the flavor of them greens. For years, I'm a vegetarian. And this old black lady looked at me. She said, honey, she goes, I know you like them greens. And I was just like romping them down because she had made them, right? She goes, honey, But what makes them taste? But honey, you got to put you some of that smoked hog back in there. But you know, I'm my vegetarian, honey. You eating hog right now. But I know, but I'm a vegetarian, honey. you know, and I could still see her face. She had a great big old grin on. She looked down at me. She go, honey, and but she knew I was like, come on now. There's gotta. What's your secret about it? Yeah, that hog, that smoked hog back neck thing. She was doing pig's feet too, but nah, but you know, oxtail or smoked backbone or something like that. Yep, just a piece of it, right? Makes all the difference. But oh, I'm a vegetarian, but I had to break that rule because if they just didn't taste right, no matter what I did to them collard greens or some of these other things, sometimes the thing that made it taste the best was those those things I was trying to avoid. But I mean, it was just a little. Lord have mercy. But anyway, hey, Dark Lord, do you think a new? Oh, it's already here. The thing that I'm curious about is the pox. Okay, I mean, the pox. If you think about it, and you don't have to think long, but it fits in with the trials and tribulations of the Bible. You hear me? And the monkeypox thing, and it's going to defigure people. And, I mean, shingles does that anyway. And people can get that from simply have had having had chicken pox as a youngin. A good friend of mine that I worked with for quite a few years is with an engineer through Ford, and he didn't come to work one day. We was working on a project, and he goes, "It's already here, Dark Lord. It's already out. The strain's already out. Now you talk about a fourth or a fifth one. Yeah, they're already projecting that. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. Yeah, but my point is, I'm not worried about their next thing because they're going to try a different flavor. Well, because they've overplayed the COVID thing, but absolutely. And here's a simple reason about the COVID thing. Every single year, I'm 69 and three quarter. Every single year, there's a different strain of flu. Just look back through history. Every single year, there's a different flavor of flu, but one's more or less toxic or whatever. I took flu shots for years, and then I found out they were making me sick, and I ain't had a flu shot in over 10 years. What'd you say? Do you think monkeypox will spread? That's what they're trying to do to us. I think that's their next big move. Um, Dark Lord, have you heard the statistics about the people who've had the shots who now have also gotten COVID after the fact? My daughter and her folks in their household down there all had shots same time, all got sick from COVID um, months after. They'd all had their second shots months after, and then they got sick with it. So that's just, you know, that was their choice. But so for me and listening to local people and people that I know, the same things held true. It's like, wait, y'all had your shots, yeah? And then the whole family, folks, friends of mine, they all got COVID and had to quarantine themselves in the house for 10 days just a couple of weeks ago. But they'd all been vaccinated. So it's like, and there's some weird thing that some folks have already been, you know, vaxxed was somehow coming down with other symptoms of weird stuff. I mean, just that's. But here's the thing. So if they put something, and depending on the blend of Vax and what was in it, because not all of them are the same. So, but in whatever they're trying to release, They're trying to take out a good portion of the population. There's too many baby boomers like me. I mean, my aunt is still alive, and she's 84, 85 years old, and she's still, she's getting some dimension, whatever, but they would love to take them folks out. They would love to quit paying their Social Security. They would love to take back. They would love to gain some of, I'll be 70 in September. They would love to take me out. They've taken a bunch of folks my age out already, that shouldn't really have died, you know, but with this and that and stuff. But because I hide down here in the bushes, down here in the swamp, ain't to say that I can't get nothing and won't, but there are a bunch of folks I've seen go literally, take that long dirt nap that is like, well, damn, I would have swore that. Oh, absolutely, Dark Lord. Yeah, that's a good one. Don't drink the water. That was one of the first plays I was in big time, I guess, was don't drink the water. And, you know, and here's the thing, Dark Lord. I was an anti vaxxer before COVID, years before COVID. Okay. And I talked with my doctor and issues that I had. I was on 37 medicines, 37 pills a day, mental health issues, blah, 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 high blood pressure, all the above. And I don't take none of that. Take a couple of ibuprofen every day. If my nose is running really bad, I'd take a half a Benadryl or maybe by the end of the day, maybe a whole one. Basic holistic. I could be a lot better holistic, but my symptoms aren't near as bad as other things. But if I'm feeling bad or whatever, I know what to take or not to take. I know what to eat or not to eat that'll upset my system. I stay away from things. Now, once a month or so, I'll go and eat a greasy burger somewhere that's just all nasty, gooey fat or whatever, because I just love them. But, once a month is like, that's it. I stay away from certain products for me that have upset my stomach over the years. But at the same point, I've learned how to up my hot sauce. Wasabi to me, people that say, "Whoa, that wasabi, it's so hot," and I go, I get wasabi and add horseradish to it. With some mustard. People are like, "What?" I love wasabi. So, and I've always loved, you know, uh, a, as much as I don't eat ham, but a ham sandwich with some Swiss cheese and some good horseradish with some mustard on it, kind of thing, and some lettuce and tomato. Oh my God. But um, but I do have horseradish and I do have dark mustard because I know that horseradish is good for the system and all that kind of thing. So, but the vax thing. But back at about 2008, I was having some issues. And so, I was just getting my disability, uh, sort of a retirement. Um, and so I'm going through the list of stuff with my doctor that's like, I've been trying to control my epileptic issues, my seizures and mind warps and other issues and stuff, right? And to get back sort of normal. So, but with that said, I was looking at everything that may or may not affect me. So every time I'd go to, that it was flu season, I would go to my local CVS and they'd shoot me up. And every flu season, 2 weeks later, I'd be sick for 2 months. And I'm like, Doc, so the next time it came up, now this was, literally 15, 20 years ago for me. Me and my doc was like, I said, Doc, every time I get one of these damn shots, I get sick. She looked at me and she goes, Dave, she goes, and then you're allergic to them. And I said, well, I know it's supposed to help me, but every time she goes, you're allergic to them, Dave. And I was like, doc, she goes, you're allergic to the shots, Dave. And I went, oh, you're right. I am allergic to them because every time I get one of the damn things, I get sick. So I haven't had one for me personally for a long time. From my own experience of having taken the shots and gotten sick and not having taken one now in, going on 15 years, but I haven't had the flu. And I haven't been sick like that. And I don't get sick like that every year, having not had the, you know what I mean? So I'm an anti-vax because of the COVID, but because of my own previous experience with getting the vax every year, because that's what old people do. And I'd get sick, stayed sick, symptoms and shit, just, So I've been, I'm against them because of that. But anyway, so was that too much? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to help. Uh, Told my docs. Yeah, I need to go to a doctor because there might really be something wrong inside me at the moment that I don't talk about and try not to worry about. But something strange feels funny in my stomach. I need to go to a doctor. But I would go to the doctor once a month, at least 12 times a year. So sometimes 13, depending on how many days went along. But haven't been in 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years, right? So I don't know what's going on. But to the point, though, I'm in better shape than I was when they were giving me all that gobbledygook. But I've had to regulate what I take. And one of them is that 2005. Oh, happy birthday early, Steve. But yeah, it's probably been about 2008 ish, or maybe 2009, since I've had my last flu shot. Because when I got on Medicare thingy, and they was sent me in for all my stuff. Oh, because you're on Medicaid, you get your shot, and they do this. And, I haven't had my rear end checked lately either. For polyps or whatever. But oh, there are more, Dark Lord. There are more than China creating new stuff. It ain't just China. One of the things that the underground and folks have been talking about now for a while was one of the reasons why Putin went into the Ukraine was because they found secret biological labs. Everybody was like, no, that's not true. Well, they found evidence. So, of course, them guys over there know for us in Texas, we better know what the hell's going on in across the river. Are you kidding me? With all the technology and stuff, if we don't know what's going on right across the river, we a bunch of dumbasses. But hey, that's another. But yeah, like for example, for your digestive system and things like sauerkraut, for example. I got hinderitis, eczema. That sucks, Delaney. Not to eat eggs? Hmm, that's interesting. It seems like there's so much other stuff in the environment. But I mean, if a friend of mine, he's better than they're giving him credit for. I Yeah, for me, I think Vlad, he was born on the 1st of October or something. We are very, very close in age and born in the You were both Libras kind of thing. And he's got blue eyes too. It's almost, but I think that Putin, and I've been watching him long before this Ukraine thing, and um, he's been getting globally the shit handed to him. And because he's opened up, he's seen with the Orthodox Church person, Krill, who is like the Pope, and he's seen openly going to church, and other leaders within quote the old communist party that are going to Christian Orthodox churches, and the old Russian Orthodox. No, Delaney's a lady, Miss Pearl. No, he isn't. For so many ways. And here's one of the things that after 6 weeks or whatever, they want to send $40 billion worth of weapons to the Ukrainian. Who? They're the bad guys. They've been supporting the. We have been sending in weapons, 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 and putting all these things on the border with Russia. And and it's all about the Ukraine. No, it's all about all the billions of dollars of weapons that we and the UN has put next, like if we was to think about this as border of Mexico and southern United States, there'd be Tomahawk missiles, uh, literally, that you could see with your binoculars from Laredo, Texas. I mean, you'd be able to, like, what the hell? You'd be able to see the missiles and what? And so Putin and them folks in Moscow and whatever, they've got all these high class, rockets and things aimed at them. They ain't aimed at England or anywhere. No, they're aimed at Russia. And so, and the UN supporting it, you see. And they made a treaty years ago, and the United Nations agreed to stay out of it. So what are they doing? And now people are going, wait a minute, the UN is actually provoking Russia by wanting to put more missiles on his border aimed at Moscow. Now, what's wrong about that? It's okay for the UN and everybody to push them in because Russia is Russia and we're whoever we are. We have the right to put rockets over there because we don't trust them. What the hell? It ain't right. It ain't right. It ain't right. It ain't right. Now, whether he has good reason, bad reason, here's the thing. We don't know the whole story. And he's trying his best to keep him and his country safe. And this thing about him being worse than Hitler, oh my God. Hitler killed millions before they ever got to the death camps. And then he killed millions more. And all of the destruction, and poor Vlad is as bad as Hitler. He's the worst, What's like, our dear, lovely President Biden said the other day in a speech, or I think it might have been last week, he said, those MAGA folks, those super MAGA folks are some of the worst terrorists that America has ever seen. Wait, we had the Ku Klux Klan. Oh, wait a minute. We had, wait a minute. But MAGA folks, referring to anyone who make America great again, the super MAGA folks, and this is Biden in his speech, that we are terrorists. Well, wait a minute, I didn't really name, I voted for Trump, absolutely, and not for that crazy witch or anybody in between. Lesser two evils, maybe, but on the idea, though, that hang on, because I voted for the other guy, which meant I was on the Make America Great Again. Um, oh no, Putin. Were you talking about Putin? No, the Antichrist is the Pope, simply by his job title, and he is Christ on earth. And uh, the Antichrist is Baglioni, the guy that calls himself the Pope in Rome right now. He's the Antichrist because he fits all of the. I went through Revelations years ago, along with some other, Catholic priests and folks who have were excommunicated or left the church, and we all pretty much agreed, nah, it's the Pope, because the dragon, the seven heads, it's the Vatican, it's this and tied into here and there and whatever. It ties right back to the Vatican and the Antichrist because he's supposed to be acting Christ like right now, and he's not. He's acting this and that, and blah, 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 and let's do this, and blah, 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 blah. And he's supporting the other side. He's supposed to, he ain't supporting the Christian folk. He's working for the other side. Has been, why do you think? The real Pope is still alive somewhere, and he's just filling in. He fits Catholic prophecy as the last Pope. He fits all these other, quote, prophecies in different places. Um, but the Antichrist, you ain't got to look for him. He's already here, been here, and it's the current Pope. Okay. So that part of Revelations, and ding, 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 ding. Everybody's thinking he's going to be coming in on a cloud or whatever. He's already here because of the establishment of who the Pope is, what it means through the Catholic stuff and everything, which a lot of people don't understand. But having been raised a Catholic and, having had lots of, nuns and priests and Catholic folks and, having had this conversation for the last 50 some odd years, it's like, nah, it's the Pope. Already here, hang on to your underwear, folks. The ride has already started. This is a one-way ticket. One-way ticket to paradise or something. Yeah, he's going against God. So he's supposed to be the representative, but he ain't acting like it. He ain't acting Christ-like. You know what I mean? He's acting weird and supporting, he was supporting the Davos group. All the rich billionaires came to see the Pope, and he was like, oh, this little group of people, and they're donating their time and their efforts. And, well, what about some of their money? Well, they didn't say anything about donating money, but these all these billionaire people, they're standing in front of the Pope that he's praising and all this good stuff, and gave a dime to nobody. But it was all to look good. He was all behind them. Okay, think about it. I mean, he's just done some stupid, dumb shit, as Pope. For me, after having been raised a Catholic and been pedophiled by priests and monsignors and the whole frickin' underground of what the priests and some of them bishops and cardinals have been doing for a long time. And the underground stuff that still goes on within the Catholic Church. And with some of the nuns too, who've been abused, and it's not nice. So for me, and a lot of even some Catholic nuns that I have talked to, they were abused by priests when they were novices within the wherever they went to be a nun, and that it was certain um, certain monasteries and um, you know, abbeys for women, um, that they were supposed to service the needs and urges of the priest and bishops and whoever, you know, and that goes way back. I don't know about that, Dark Lord. Unorganized religious people are worse. I don't know. These people were very well organized. And let me tell you, they were, if you think worse, they were worse than worse, in my humble opinion. But highway to hell, thank you. Yeah, the Charistas in Russia, absolutely. And there's a, hey, Roman, did I say? Right, Scratch. I would agree with that. Having, you know, forced to be a Catholic until I graduated high school and moved out. But a lot of things I learned about the Catholic Church and so forth, and some of it really, really, really bad. And the underpinnings, having been pedophiled by priests and so forth, and their little underground stuff, and priests who knew another priest in another parish, and they'd call up one another and request you to do uh, a if there was a wedding or a funeral or something like that, they'd, you know, oh, you know, ask for such and such. He's a good altar boy, meaning, you know, they could literally squash your ass. I was standing on the steps of Most Holy Redeemer Church, which ain't there no more. And I think the school's not there anymore either. But um, standing on the steps with Father Eugene McCarthy, a big queen, and anyway, and you know, flirting and laughing. It's a funeral, and he's reaching down and grabbing my ass, pinching me, and I'm like looking up, and he reaches over with his other hand, and David Fredericks was there, and he pinched him on the butt. We're standing on the top step as they're loading the casket into the hearse, and Frederick steps back and he slaps him like this, and he said, "You keep your hands to yourself, you fucking fag." That's what he said. And he was like, "Oh, now be nice." And he kind of pushed him back a little bit. And I was like, "Damn, Frederick, what the hell?" You know, he said, "He needs to keep his hands off me." Yeah, that was true. But, and God, broad daylight, like 10 o'clock in the morning. So, uh, there are two popes right now, Chloe, unless he's recently died. But last we heard, Ratzinger's still alive. Yep. Chloe, there are some very good, shown up true stories, and I've heard similar things. But and if you look at that satanic serpent thing on the inside of the Vatican, that looks so creepy, and oh my God, that's just like, if you can't tell, but that they have a black mass under the chapel or whatever, they when they do it at the Vatican there, and that down below they have a special black mass that they start before they do the mass upstairs. So they start the black mass and get to a point, right, Scratch? They get to a point where then they like put the black mass on pause, go upstairs and do the regular mass. And then when it's all over, then they go back down and finish the black mass. So they have started this evil, I'll just say, went upstairs, stole all these people's prayers and tied them into the black mass, said, bye, everybody, blah, 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 and then went back downstairs and finished it off. Like, now that is some creepy shit, let alone babies and this and that. But that they attach the, they swipe the energy, the prayers from the people worshiping the Lord when the guys were downstairs going, they were getting in touch with their Lord, but ain't got nothing to do with God, right? So they get in touch with the Dark Lord, and then so, Lord, save us and protect us. Lord, this, Lord, that. They ain't got a clue upstairs which Lord they talking to. They think they talking to the Lord. Bow your heads, don't look up, can't see what you're doing, get on your knees, force yourself down. Because if you could see what we were doing, you would shit your pants and probably, lynch us all. But then when it's all over, hallelujah, hallelujah, blessing, blessing. And, you got to eat the body and you got to drink the blood because that has to keep that vampire thing going within that church, right? So now you have eaten the body, drank his blood, and now we'll sing a song of love. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Used to sing them songs, right? So now you're connected because you've eaten and drank the blood. Now you are part of the dark side of that. And they go downstairs, finish the black mass, and you think you have just, you're elated because you've had this thing and you've been praying to the devil. you know, think about that one. But that's been known for years. Um, I've talked about the Irish priest that was in the Vatican and, that he quit and started writing stories and stuff. And every time I come up to it, I can never remember his name. We all need Iron Man suits. Yeah. Have insight on what they have planned. Oh, Dark Lord, absolutely. And as Dante said, this 2017 to 2023, 25, the next 2 or 3 years are really going to be bumpy. And as one can never really, now we're talking about space beings and some folks who are really nasty. We ain't talking about just you and me. We talking about some other folks that have been wanting to try that, take over this, retake over this planet. Oh, it's the Anunnaki, it's these people, it's that, it's the reptilians, it's this. It's a bunch of them. Okay. If you've ever looked at the sun, when it's showing off the thing. And if you just watch all these little things zipping by, boom, there goes one, and there goes two, there goes this one, there, and they try to call them sun diving comets. They ain't, they spaceships. Dark Lord, about the monkeypox versus the COVID, I think it's going to be the individual, what certain people's immunity systems are like. Let me tell you about Dante. As long as I have known, watched, and they reprinted one of my videos many years ago, there are things that I just, for me, he's been 105% right. Because there are things that I knew that had been told by clergy and folks that had been to the Vatican myself and chats and things and stuff that I'd uncovered, and then him saying, and see, this is this, and guess what? Here's a little extra. And I'd be like, oh, holy crap, holy mackerel. So, um, I trust Dante. As far as I know, everything that I know that he's talked about has been right on the money. And little extra that I didn't know, but the stuff I'd known about myself or through Sister Helene or other, folks that worked in the and the conversations with the priest, I can't remember. Um, he talked about things, 30 years ago that Dante has talked about that have been proven true because and this and so there's incidental information that puts me to believe that Dante, I believe him, you know. There are a lot of things I don't understand, but do I believe him? Oh yeah. And recently when things got a little weird, then his car blew up, uh not only that it was going to get nasty, because you don't give out information, good or bad, during a war. And as one of the things that Dante has stressed, this is not a game. For those of you who have watched his videos with that guy screaming, this is not a game. So there are folks who are going like, well, the aliens and that. No, 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 no. This is not a game. And so there have been things, for example, months and years ago, actually. Well, like, why haven't we heard from Dante? And I was like, do you have any idea how busy this guy is? Do you have any idea? I mean, he's showing you spaceships and angels, moving up and through the clouds and this. He's showing you these creatures that morph in and out. He's showing you, reptilians, and he's showing you the real deal here. And you got time to go, well, this guy didn't answer my email. Well, I can't believe he hadn't done a video recently. Do you have any concept of what then these folks are trying to do for mankind? Not just for themselves, for mankind, for earth, because they have the Charistus, they have a long standing, you know um, association with the earth. They've been the Charistus, and those groups have been here a long time. And they don't want to get run off. They don't want to, no, they have put their, you know, and it's not that these guys are trying to control anything. They're trying to control the evil that would affect everybody on this planet. So, but there are some of these entities out yonder that if watch them sci-fi movies where they point this thing at a planet and it just goes boom. We wouldn't have to worry about anything for very long if they just decided, screw this, I've had enough, we're done here, boom. So do you know specific details? Well, no, I have a feeling about some stuff. And that's why when I get on here and talk about things about get some tin cans and da 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 da, and learn medicinal things, because in certain places, and as I have stressed, what if alien folks wanted, not Russia, they'll blame it on them, but and it could blame it on the U.S. It could be because there are those factions in on both places. um, that they want to infiltrate us. They like to see us squirm. And to them, it's sort of like a game of chess. They're moving pawns and doing this. You see, they wrote this book called the Bible, and they want to see the ending. There have been producing this movie through all these years. And because there's so many Christians who believe um, that the Bible, we have to have Armageddon. We have to have this. because the Lord said so, you know. And so, in order for these things to come true, now the issue is that they're the bad guys. They want to see all these tragedies come true, right? But then what's going to be the reward at the end of it? It just says 1,000 years of peace. And that's it. No more to the story. It's all about leading up to the destruction. So I think I did videos years ago, as I went through Revelations and things. I haven't looked, but I'm assuming some of those are still there. But it was after a lot of, 50 plus years of study, also as a Catholic, and having read, watched, and conversed with, Catholics in different levels, men and women. And then having, seen all these things that have come out, it's like, wow, that's interesting, especially the Catholic prophecies. They're like right on the money. This is it for the Catholic Church. Not that there won't be some kind of a Christian type church, but none of us are supposed to be worshiping anything. We are supposed to be honoring and adoration. You adore something because it's so graceful. You don't worship. The only thing you worship are devils and demons. And Roman, after the video, knowing I got some strange dreams, I think from older lives. Roman, I get you. Sometimes he, I've had, I have said things in some of my videos, and one was about, I told folks years ago, and then again, I said, because of what the Catholic Church and what the Russian Orthodox Church did, they had a big deal, so the Byzantine Empire, versus the Roman Empire. So they split. The Romans said, screw you. And they came back to Rome and made a pope instead of what is now Krill, or who is the Orthodox version of the Pope. So this idea that no, 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 no. And I've stated for years, I said, the Greek Orthodox or the Russian Orthodox Church are the closest thing to the real deal. And it was like I did like tonight, Saturday night, Sunday night, something. And I was talking about it, and it was the next day or something. And Dante was saying, he was talking. He goes, and oh yeah, he goes, you know, and he said, the Russian Orthodox Church is probably the oldest true Christian church. And he said, but they still don't have it right. And I was like, oh my God, I was just talking about that. And he said, yeah, that's, they're the ones that are the closest, but they still don't have it right. And I was like, yeah, So, but, there's been a lot of things over the years that I've talked about that he would come out in a video, you know, there were some that he had already done the video. And he goes, look, I did this video back when. Now, I may have watched it because I've been watching forever, when he was Dante, and he was back when he was, when they released the Alien Races book. Is it 2:17? Oh, it's time for a light, ain't it? Hey, Scrudge. Um, yeah, there's a lot of things that the Orthodox Church does. And years ago, in Tarpon Springs, I don't know if it still is, but that's why every time I think of Orthodox, it comes out Greek Orthodox, because in Tarpon Springs, Florida back in the day. I don't know what it's like now, but big sponge divers. And you could go out on a boat and they'd come in with the sponges and everything. But they had a Greek Orthodox church there. And there was a campground over there. And as Boy Scouts from Most Holy Redeemer, we couldn't miss Mass. So, we had to camp somewhere that we could get up early enough to go to church nearby. And the deal was all those years ago, if you couldn't get this, yes, Dark Lord, do you think vaccinations will create new variants? People create new variants from what they've been vaccinated with. Yes. But it's people and it's each individual who's got a higher dose of pH or not, who gets a fever for 2 weeks, who's over it in 4 days, yes, the answer is yes. It varies as it pops from person to person over so many thousands or millions of people too that comes in contact with it. So it does evolve. Absolutely, I believe that. Absolutely, absolutely. It's 2:20 right now. Join me if you can. Um, but like Dante said, now I can't verify this part, but he goes, but the Orthodox Church, they don't quite have it right either. And I was like, probably not, because this whole worship thing, I just don't think they're into it. They're into honoring things. There are age-old rituals, but I don't look at it as being uh, as worship. There are things that they do in some of the crosses and the Knights of the Red Cross and the White Cross and the Black Cross, and you know what I mean. And so there are different things, but what they do, it reminds me, having studied Native American life and so forth, it's like certain tribal leaders coming together. And we're from the Cheyenne Nation, and we're from the Hopi Nation, and we're from the Cherokee Nation, and we're from the Tlingit Nation. And they come together and they do these, quote, rituals in honor of, you know, because there are crosses involved, there are colors involved from tribes, and then you look way over here on the other side of the planet, and they're doing these things, and they march with. There are certain things that are similar, not the same, but similar. But it's more of honor and tradition versus some kind of a sacrifice. And so I think the influence of folk have been around for a long time. You know, the Charistas. Well, they're Native American. Yeah, but Dante's shown some things about, that they Mesoamerica and South America, at least. I've been a little surprised, but not shocked, but that he was in Canada for a long time, for those of you who don't know, working on this space mountain or secret mountain or something up in Canada for a while. So he was on this continent, okay? So, and then he moved over where he's at now. So, I thought to myself, I've seen a lot of strange things in several places, here on the coast, in the mountains, have been with other people that have witnessed, I mean, the list goes on, right? So, the idea that UFOs exist, yes or no, Dante or not, I didn't prove it to myself too many times, right? So, but then with Dante and then showing things that are similar to what I've been observing, now you got to go, well, wait. He says, see, here's one, bling, bling, bling. I go, wait a minute, that's exactly what I saw. There was, I don't know, a couple of months ago, there was this, it might have been the end of last year. I had been watching things in the sky because it was, clear, and they were showing up down south of me again. And then he showed this little video clip from wherever he was at. And I was like, son of a bitch, That is exactly what I saw. And I could see it better with my little scope, but I could literally see it in the distance without having to zoom in. I mean, it was exactly the shiny, the thingy, and I was like, that's it. Now, my question keeps coming up: are those the good guys or the bad? And I wasn't sure from he was showing the video, but I'm not sure. I'm unclear as to whether or not it was ours or theirs. So, but he verified that that is a spaceship. I was like, there you go. For my own personal, no offense to anybody else, but if you weren't here with me to see it, then it wouldn't matter, right? Um, and years ago, there was a certain place out in the yard where we go to pee, and my buddy John, Big John, was heading out. Now it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I go, I come out here and I just stand sometimes, and of course I have to come to pee. So, it's about at the end of the tree line there, and it's clear over here. See so much of the sky, blah blah blah. And I said, every time I come out, something I'll be standing here and something will go by or flash and he goes, yeah. He's looking at me. He said, like that right there. And there's this thing could happen over our heads. So I was like, yeah, see, there's one right there. So there are some people who say, well, Dante's trying to prove UFOs. Well, I've already proved it to myself through other means, but Dante's just to help. Oh, yep, seen one of them. Oh, seen one of those too. Now, for me, I've had, several uh, shown up live in my house visitations from Mother Mary, Sister Helene, and the sister who was at the at Lourdes, right? And she was the one that wrote the three um, things, prophecies of and one of them was that the world was doomed if the bear did not come around. Now the bear is Russia, simply. And the bear came around because guess who came in? Putin. Putin is allowing, instead of communism, Putin turned it around. And because he's part of the four, if you believe that. But for me, it was like, so I knew years ago that if Russia made the turn from communism into what Krill and Putin and other top staff and within the Russian parliament and armed forces, they're being seen going to quote Christian churches and the crackdown on um, Christian type religions is Putin's fixed that. New music video show people with black sticky liquid coming out of their eyes. Yeah, there's some black goo out there. Is a creepy alien or something. Not to me, she wasn't. She came to me as a child when I was 7 years old at my first communion. She was with me as an altar boy and all of my life. I never told anybody until way later. And then down from my house in a clearing, she appeared to me. There was a rabbit sitting at the end of each of my feet when I was sitting with my feet out in front of me like this, and the grass was taller than my head. And see, there was this little clearing, and a rabbit came in from over here and parked itself at my left foot, and another one came in, came over here to my right foot, and then she came in and had a conversation, and I was like scared to death. I was not sure that this had really happened. And then later on, and this was like I was 10, 11, 12. 11 is where I'm kind of guessing it. But since then, I had subsequent I hate to use the word visits, but conversations is more like it, when I knew it was actually her. And it was all good, but she told me as a child that she would come to me later on in my life and ask me to do things that people would say, they would say that I would be blasphemed, a heretic. You know, if I were still a Catholic, I should be excommunicated. That I was going to be asked to say and do some things, and and I was like, holy crap! So I've been afraid of this shit all my life as to what I've been asked to do now at this state of my life, and it took me years to accept my last position, this last bit of my job, and from what she warned me about since I was 11. So for me, none of this is new. But when I was having severe issues about doing, YouTube videos, all go way back from the time I started. Brian Mitchell, he was uh, Mitchell, is that right? Brian, anyway. He was, like my seventh or 10th or something. He was one of my first subscribers to my channel. And, we're friends, still are actually, but in this realm of spiritualism and stuff, um, she came and Sister Helene was a high school, um, a Dominican nun who taught me in high school and helped me, and that's a whole nother story. But Sister Helene told me things in 1970 and 1971 that have come true, gonna come true. You can see evidence of it now. I mean, she prophesied to me in 1970 about stuff. And then the three of them appeared in my living room here to tell me it's time, start doing these videos. We're going to give you topics to discuss. Well, how am I going to do this? Have faith. And I was like, oh shit. So me personally, I've had to go through all of this stuff myself to get here to have this conversation with you. I very much have, Dark Lord. Absolutely. And some of this I did not ask for. I'm telling you. But later on, I had to, apparently, I made the agreement, the old, sign the soul contract before you go. But I knew when I was, 7, 8 years old, having my first communion, all dressed in white, in a church that had been a Greek Orthodox church there in Sulphur Springs in Tampa. The church is not there anymore. It was so fucking gorgeous. Anyway, it looked just like something that would be in Moscow or something. It was built with Byzantine. It was so gorgeous. It breaks my heart. But anyway, I was, not necessarily baptized, but baptized in the as part of having your first communion, getting a hold of that wafer of bread for the first time. But that Mother Mary was, her statue glowed. I mean, it glowed. And it was like she was looking at me. It was just, I was like, there was the front row, and then the second row. I was in the third row, and then space, and then the altar was there, and Mother Mary was right there on my right, looking, she was stage left, if you will. And a beautiful statue with this crown, and look at them old Russian Byzantine statues and things. That it was the crown and the thing and this, and she was having a chat with me, and so I was, my mother was behind me at like 2 rows. The girls were on the other side of the church, and the boys were on this side. She reached over, my adopted mother, Becky, would reach over 2 rows and grab me by the shirt and like, shut up. And I was like, can't you see over there the glowing statue? Anybody here see that? I was like, shut up. So I didn't talk about it, but I still saw it. And so anytime there was a beautiful statue at Most Holy Redeemer Church, and I would go in there very often and pray. And I was a devout in my prayers and my whatevers. And there were times when the statue was just a statue. None of the other statues ever did it. But then when she was present, the statue had an aura around it. It was a white aura. And her, there were times when her face was just there. Here's the thing. I would look up and see the aura, but I bowed my head to talk. So there were times I would just look up and plead and help me. I don't know what to do. And, you know, and, but then the rest of it was with my head bowed. So my point of whether or not she moved around with her face or whatever the statue had was such a beautiful statue. When looking down the way, the angle of her face looking down and this way with this loving, you know, so it wasn't looking out, but down in this general area. But anyway, so I could look up and there were times when it looked like she had turned her face and was looking straight at me, but knowing that the statue, the face was turned down and slightly, I think slightly to the left. It may have been to the right. It was tilted slightly one way or the other anyway, and down 5 or 10 degrees. So she wasn't looking out, but just down. But anyway, see, I can clearly see the statue and the way the face appeared. And that was when I was 10, and I'll be 70. So long time. But in between that, though, you know, her essence has come to me where it's like, um, I used to get these little phone calls in my head with my grandma Raleigh. And I've talked about this over the years, and it is important because she'd call me and I'd be picked. I will have just dialed her number, and she'd go be dialing on the end. I go, Grandma, it's me, Dave. Um, hey this, hey that. Oh, thank you, Chloe. I was just fixing to. What's the creepiest experience? Oh, holy crap. Um, I believe it's when I was in Ohio and at this, um, what do you call them? Petroglyphs, really old caveman kind of stuff. Um, and, it's available to the public. It's way out in the country. Uh, it's near to the south and east of Chillicothe, Ohio. Out in the country, there's this little, parking lot and little pavilion over these rocks and the petroglyphs said, I got pictures and I did a video years ago about them. And I took pictures of these sapphire looking orbs and I'm there taking pictures. It was like 1 o'clock at night, and so I'd gotten inside and had there were leaves in there and some sticks and grass and stuff, and so I got inside and swept it clean, and then I went around with the digital camera with different flash settings and took pictures all the way around the walkway, and I even got inside standing on the rock and took pictures of some of these petroglyphs, right? Because I wanted to study them myself and see if you looked upside down or with a different flash. Sometimes there are dimensions that will come out of the what's painted or whatever, right? So I'm getting a couple of the pictures. I'm taking a picture and then looking at it, going, okay. So I would change the flash setting to either darker or brighter. Take a picture, look at it. Maybe that was too bright, and then I'd make it to. I would put the exposure darker still, and take another picture, and then I'd move around. I'd go to another section of this petroglyph, which looks like it was painted with some kind of something paint, but it ain't, but it is, but it ain't. And interesting stuff. And thousands of years old, right? They're not quite sure, like maybe even millions of years old. And so I looked at this little spot that was just kind of, I don't know, it looked, I sat in it and it was like, oh my God. And while I'm sitting in this thing, it was like it was like a tractor seat, the old John Deere tractor seats, with a little butt crack in the middle kind of thing. And I was like, oh my God. So I'm sitting there and this conversation is starting in my head, like, you know what that's for, don't you? And I'm like, I wonder what this is for. It's sort of like a it's a jump seat. And I went, now I'm talking to myself, I think. Oh, this is like a jump seat. Wow, if this was a jump seat, that means that if you knew where you were going, you could sit here in this spot, say the right word, and pop and be someplace else. And I was like, holy cow. Now, why would I think? Now, this has been a bunch of years ago. Okay. So I'm sitting there, I'm going, now, why would I think this? And a voice came in my head and said, because that's what it was used for. And I went, okay, who am I talking to? And I was like, wait, never mind. I don't want to know your name. And so this conversation in my head, because talk about being creeped out, can't see anything. Now, my friend Marcia, who's God rest her soul, she told me, she said, there's a couple of folks around here and that she could see spirits. And she goes, I think one of them wants to talk to you. And it's kind of sort of dark, but not scary dark, just dark, not evil, just dark. And it seems to be sort of androgynous, maybe slightly more male, but androgynous. Wants to have a chat with you. And I was like, sure, okay. So she was, laying down in the car, and I was 20 feet away taking pictures. And this conversation comes in my head and says, hi, how you doing? And I'm like, okay. And I got the digital camera and I'm looking down over here and I'm about done with taking pictures inside the uh, walkway pavilion fence thingy that people walk around. And so, Facebook page from Turkey, awesome. Yeah, I don't doubt it. So anyway, and I need to find them pictures because there were a couple of pictures in there. I'm curious at the what those sounds, the those signs were, and some of the pictures. Right, I want to look at it again. And so, when we were in Ohio this last time, I really wanted to go back and get some fresh pictures, but didn't. So anyway, I'm taking pictures, standing up, and from the parking lot. Parking lot was up here, and I'm inside this sort of octagon kind of shaped thing with a rail around. I'm standing on the rock. Ain't supposed to be in there, but it's 2:30 in the morning, and I'm on this end of it, and on this end of it, there's a little trail that goes away from the parking lot. And there's a little stream that comes like from under the road and comes down and it trickles and you can hear it. And there's a little trail that goes down. And so um, I'm looking in that direction when the voice in my head says, um, set your camera with this flash. Gave me the exposure, like You need to up it one. And I was like, okay. And we want you to take a picture in this direction. Okay. So not down on the ground or not up. We take it up and point it towards the little stairs in the trail to the stream. Okay. I'm just hearing this in my head and I'm like, what the hell, right? So I take it up and I've looked at that one and I pick the camera up like this and I hold it down, flash, takes a picture. And then when I hold it out in front of me just a little bit, there are orbs everywhere, everywhere. Big, huge orbs like this hand's distance away from my head. Because why? How did I know? Because there was a post a hand's distance away from me, and there were three or four of these huge orbs between me and the post. And then there was a bunch of them lined up down and down towards where the stream was. And I was like, holy shit. And he was like, they have agreed to let you take their picture. Now, I've taken a bunch of pictures of orbs over the years, and my friend Marcia always said, you better ask, because they will kill your batteries in a heartbeat and have too many times, right? So I always give respect those critters and creatures and folks and stuff. So, but this entity said they want you to have proof that you were here. They want you to have proof that you talked to me. And I was like, and so what? Climb out of this thing and stand over here. And I had to drop the exposure one more click. It was the flash was too bright. And took another picture where I was, down the stairs and over there. Click. There's 50 to 100 of these big, I say sapphire. It's kind of sort of one of these blues in here, a really nice, pretty blue. All over the place, big ones, tiny ones. He's come over to the end of the steps and take a picture down the stairs and out into the woods. And they were all the way out. You could see him way back in the distance. Down the trail, I walked to the edge of this little creek, take a picture to the left, down the little waterfalls, little pool, another little water pool, a waterfall and a pool, and I'd put some of my crystals in there while I was there taking pictures. And so I'd take a picture to the left, and oh my God, they're all the way down, 100 feet. You could see them off in the distance, all these beautiful blue spears. And I'm going, holy crap. And so it's like, why are you allowing me and telling me these things? And so the entity tells me, because I want you to hear my voice, know that I'm not here, become acquainted with it. And I was like, why? Because I'm going to come to you at another time in the future. And I want you to be able to recognize my voice. And if I come and go, hey, it's me, I'm from, Ohio, remember? Oh yeah, because it's like knocking on the door and go, who is it? Hey, I'm that dude that was with you when you were. Oh yeah, come on in, kind of thing. So I have been visited a couple of times by this entity that stops by and goes, hey, remember me? And I go, holy crap. And so you kind of see if that wavelength works. But the thing is, how many entities are out there flying around that would come to me sitting down here in South Georgia and go, hey, remember me? I was with you up yonder. I mean, to bring a specific vision of where I was standing when I heard them. Oh, yeah, it's you. Hi, how you doing? you know, it's not a bad entity, but it does give me warnings. You're like, keep your head down. Like, you know, if there's a battle going on, unless you've got a weapon, stay out of it. Literally, stay out of it. Not that you're a chicken shit or whatever, but don't pop your head up, watching some of these movies where they're going to be the hero. Like, oh hell no! And unless you've got some freaking superpower, stay the hell out of it. So, but anyway, so for I got off on a tangent, didn't I? Why do they prefer blonde haired, blue eyed kids for? I personally, I think it has to do with the Aryan nation, German, gotta look like this kind of thing. Okay, don't know why, but it does mean that you're of a particular genetic situation. You know, I got blue eyes. Not everybody gets blue eyes. I don't have blonde hair, but they said when I was younger that my hair was sandy colored, but brown. But so for my, I can only they pee on themselves. Who knows? Yeah, my son had blue eyes and more blondish hair, actually. But as a child, I was also wake up in the middle of the night looking out with my arms like this on the windowsill. Here's a 9-year-old kid wakes up at 2 in the morning, and I see this little star cluster out my window, and it's Pleiades. Now I ain't got a clue till much later that I have this. Wait a minute. I remember as a kid, I used to watch that out the window. I never knew. I was always this little cup out there, and I always thought it was the Little Dipper, because it was this tiny little thing. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and later on, now they taught me how to astral project because I had this magic pillow, and I could fly around with it. I got caught one night when the parents came home from bowling, and I was up in the corner of the room, and they looked on at me and said a couple things. The next morning I went into breakfast, and they repeated so I knew that one was a true, that it had actually happened. So over the years, many things that have proven that I have astral projected. I've had been to other places. I have had dreams. I knew when my grandfather died when I was in Arkansas. I was like, man, we'd made up a decision to come back to South Georgia because it didn't work out for us back then. And sure enough, when I got back, it was like one of the first messages we got was, your grandpa Null died. And we'd seen him just before we left. And he goes, well, I said, I'll be back. We'll be back to see you. And he goes, no, I won't see you again. And he went through this big crying scene with me and everything. And I was like, man, that's weird. And like 2 weeks later, he was dead. So that's always kind of. Then there were the spiritual things with my grandma Raleigh, who was not even related to me by blood or anyway. Have I been to Memphis, Arkansas? I've been through Memphis to get to Arkansas. I was married, but not now, Dark Lord. No, they may be needing flippers. Who needs flippers? He's sent. Like, really about let's speak to people more from where I am. Apparently, someone in my. No, I'm not married. And here's one of the things that I just find interesting that I have never stepped out on any of my girlfriends or wives. even though I may have had the opportunity. Um, West Memphis. I've been there, but not for long, actually. I wanted to go down on Bale Street and do some blues and have some barbecue. But I always had to get to where I was going. I never had the opportunity like to actually stay. Yeah, I try not, you've heard me before. I try not to play the Palladian card. But I was told years ago that, yeah, I had Palladian background in me long before the internet, long before the Star Child, the Star Seed business, long before any of that. I got messages that, yep, you're Palladian. And I was like, well, I guess that's nice to know. And they were like, no, nah, it's cool. Yeah, what's normal? I have hidden much of this stuff over the years, you know, family, friends, or, and you know, I've been through therapy for like 30 years, took drugs because I was this and that. And then when I got off of everything, I real, uh, but so my connections to this mess go long time way back. I knew about Edgar Casey a long time ago, and I had somehow in some of his readings and many books that I've watched, that I've read, and in my head I watched, I guess, that I just knew that Casey was right about a lot of stuff. No humans were harmed in the making of this ape pox. Here's one of the things that somebody had made, I don't know, somewhere, Planet of the Ape Pox. And I was like, now it was just a story, the Planet of the Apes, blah, 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 blah. But they always kind of give us these visions of things. So is that like their next, you know, we're all going to, look, they're calling it monkeypox, but it almost makes us look with bumps the way that I've seen up to this point, haven't delved into this much, but it's almost like we're they're using the toad frog DNA that's that is definitely in us because when the fetus develops, there is a period of time when we humans, look more like a tadpole. We got a tail. Will teddy bears attack people? I don't know. I don't know about that one. Um, Escape monkeys. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. But here's the thing with some of the stuff that's going on these days, and back in 1971 ish, um, Disney World Orlando was just beginning to open. And me and a bunch of folks drove over there. They had big things, come join Disney and blah, 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 and come over. And if you fill out an application, we'll give you so many tickets to go inside the not quite opened Disney World. So there were lots of stuff that wasn't working. and there was quite a few things that were, but we got a chance to see Disney World long before anything else was built. Okay, it wasn't even open yet. And, like the Country Bear Jamborees didn't work, but the Hall of Presidents did. And I was fascinated by the amount of animatronics in 1970 in the Hall of Presidents and how they moved and how they spoke. And I was like, this is creepy. This is creepy. This was 1970, right? And some of the other things that they presented, like it was Peter Pan's ride or something. Anyway, you go in through this town and you lift it up, and it's all done in black lights and stuff, and it looks like you're flying over this town or village or whatever. And it is so cool. It was trippy, and I was like, "This is 1970." And then there was the haunted house, which shows these ghosts, you know, roaming around the castle. And at the end, it shows a ghost sitting between, in the middle of the car. So they were doing stuff back in 1970. Um, so that was like, it was way ahead of its time. The new Chip and Chap is not bad. Gummy bears. Gummy bears. But see, what happened back in 1970 and what's going on now is it just ain't the same. Now, they may have had plans long term over the years or whatever, but, it wasn't too much longer after they opened Disney World that, Walt died. So it's been maintained by the corporation for a long time without his interference or whatever. But, my point about Disney World, we grew up watching The Wonderful World of Disney every Sunday evening. And every one of us, parents and grandmas, we all, Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers. Yeah, I still watch some of them, after all these years. But, it was all about how new technologies and new things. And one of the things, like when they opened up, oh crap, there's Disney World, and then there's the big thing with the dome and the anyway, um, there's Disney World, and then there's something else that Disney put in after that. But anyway, big globes and things from all around. There's things from Morocco and things from Japan and things. But anyway, um, so having been to both, Epcot Center, that's what it is. Thank you. You're excited, Center. You were very close. Was Gretzi a reptilian or a hybrid? That's a good one. Not a clue. So, but anyway, Epcot Center, Epcot Center, they show how they grow things. Lettuce, for example, that are held by these little clips, and they go down these conveyor belts and down through these lights, and they go through these little misters and sprayers, and here these, the roots are just dangling down. Now, this was in, I don't know, late 70s or early 80s. And so they call it the land. And so, having known people over the years in Florida, having been there and stuff, and anyway, they have For example, if you're standing by the Country Bear Jamboree, for example, and I think next to it on the left is like the Jungle Cruise or something. But anyway, they've got flowers and trees and stuff everywhere, right? So someone of the Disney staff who works on the landscape, um, there's flowers that are not quite, they're starting to wilt, right? So when the lights go down at night, there are crews that go in. Every spot, every plant is numbered. They will take apart a whole section, remove every plant, put brand new plants of the same kind in the exact same spot. So that if you come back tomorrow and take a picture of that spot, all the flowers and everything will look like they have never been touched. And I was like, what? And then the next time I went, I looked for it. There was evidence I could tell, having been a landscaper myself. I was like, oh my God, he wasn't lying. But anyway, so there are amazing things through technology and through precision and stuff that the Disney World Corporation, as far as growing food, as far as how they, recirculate water, how they do these things to keep Disney World and the Epcot Center working is phenomenal. Okay. It's phenomenal. Bitch about Disney and what they want here and there, and they're a bunch of reptilians or whatever. Beside the point, the technology that's in over there. I'm one of my friends that I went to school with, like all the way through high school. His father was an electrician and worked in the underground tunnels and stuff, fixing and laying it out back in '68. He was telling us about some of the stuff that he wired and some of the underground tunnels and some of the things and stuff before it ever opened. We were amazed by what his dad would tell us because he was one of the Boy Scout leaders. And on the camping trips, he would get with us and sit around the campfire, and we come on, Mr. Nuance, started with an N anyway, and I don't know. Some of them folks sure act weird. That's all I got to say about that, gay Sarah. I know that some of the folks agree to belong to certain things. Now, I moved out of Tampa because Tampa, I had met the professor of demonology in 1972, I think it was, at the University of South Florida. And I saw that everything was turning goth and stuff back then. And I just saw this darkness. And I said, I want out of here. And I moved out of Tampa, and I have pretty much, stayed away from there. And then Goth and St. Petersburg kind of turned in, I mean, Tampa and St. Petersburg kind of sort of turned into this, got this reputation for being like the goth capital. And I was like, I've met demonology, professor of demonology, who performed this thing in the apartment we were in that scared the crap out of all of us, the two cats and, you know, um, and it's like, I just said, nah, there's too much darkness here. I'm out of here. So I've been up here in South Georgia ever since. And up here, they just got root doctors. And they got some remnants of some old voodoo down here in the swamp, too. But anyway, in this crazy time and so forth, um, you know, There are folks that are bragging that they know this, that, and the other thing. And I just want to remind y'all, there are folks who claim to be Palladian, that this is happening, and they've been talking into this person and that one and all. And I just got to say, if you want to believe them, okay. But my spirit guides tell me that some of them folks are just full of stuff, and it just isn't true. And that they've got thousands of followers, subscribers, and there are people listening with ear to the ground, and that every word is true. And I listen to some of this stuff, and my guys are going, nah, no, no, nah. Then there are parts where they just laugh, and I'm listening, and I look up, and they're just laughing, you know. Did you? He talked to who? Then when you, but and I go, what are you laughing about? The whole thing, and I go, oh, so. But anyway, that's sort of how I get my messages. But anyway, dear friends, it's been almost 4 hours, and it's three something in the morning. Dragon Ball. That ain't so much bad. Okay, I got 10 minutes and I'll do a 320 with you and have a bowl. But with all the chaos that's going on and everybody trying to, and you talking to me, David. Yeah, I don't think of, um, I, I don't think I'm a galactic in that particular sense, but I absolutely do feel and have been told that I am part of the Charistus group. Which they're sort of part of the Galactics too. But um, some of the information that I have seen, witnessed, or otherwise personally, without anybody else's influence, I guess I could say. I've seen spaceships blow each other up and um, all kinds of crazy stuff. Um, Gacera. Um, I do feel though, because of what they told me years ago, that I am Palladian. But like I say, I try to stay out of that kind of stuff. In that, oh, I'm Palladian and I know this one and I know that one. Now, I maybe there are times when I feel like I've gotten a download, and I'll go, well, that was just kind of interesting about something. And then a couple days later, something will show up at the news, and I go, oh, well, that's what that meant. So I do feel like I'm getting kind of previews of things, not necessarily specific. There are times it's very specific, like that time they had me looking at this particular volcano down in Guatemala, and I went to sleep and woke up a couple hours later, and that particular volcano that I'd been looking at had blown up and killed thousands of people, and I could hear them screaming from the pyroclastic flows coming down the volcano, and it's still is a creepy feeling inside me. Yeah, they change it just enough. Oops, I started I started early. But anyway, so what's coming up? Are you out of here, Sarah, or somebody else? But anyway, um, a lot of us agree that there are going to be some interesting things happen in the next 2 years, because some of these folks from out yonder would really like to blow this planet up or see a lot of us die. Over the years, they've been talking about, I mean, the UN, okay? Agenda 2030 is to see a population decline. So with all the gay stuff, don't care if you are or not, ain't my point, but the amount of people, babies born, blah blah blah, all this stuff. So you know, they're looking for androgyny so that there's not more babies, there's not more this, the family unit is being broken up. All this stuff is true. And they told us about this years ago. The UN, the UN with the Agenda 20 and 2030. And then they had, there was a Rex something way back even that then it morphed into the Agenda 20, and then Agenda 2030. And so they've already mapped out what they plan on doing to us. How they're going to do it, that's another story. But going back to the black goo, I've talked about this before. Dante brought it up, and my friend Serge and I, who live in this area, and him having been around oil wells and things as a geologist and a chemist to determine whether or not drill sites are good or bad or whatever. So, but anyway, when the Deepwater Horizon thing blew up, he said it's a fix, something's up, and we both literally cried when we saw what was happening to the Gulf of Mexico. He knows what the corexit is that they flew over the Gulf of Mexico was. It didn't dissipate the oil. It simply made the oil sink. Now, I've talked about this over the many years, right? And it slowed the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf Stream within the Gulf of Mexico. The whole thing has changed. Water, um, you know, patterns have changed and so forth. We had a really bad time with some, was with the bad storms a couple of years after that, and all the corrects and everything. And then it got out of the Gulf of Mexico, and it started having an effect on the Gulf Stream up along the side of all the way to the UK, and that was back in the day. So then Dante comes up later on, and we were talking about this black goo, and that the goo that people were picking up and this and that and deep in the earth and all this kind of stuff. Coronas, absolutely. And so then all these years later, Dante comes up and goes, you know what that was about? And I was like, oh, holy shit. Because Serge and I both felt there was something evil about what had happened to the Gulf of Mexico. And that the people who they did it on purpose kind of thing. Where they drilled was the dumbest spot. And why did they drill there? So having, literally, and he moved down to the coast and passed away down there. It'll be this summer will be 2 years now. But he lived into his 70s. But this idea though that he had worked around the world to keep water clean. And in one fell swoop, they, trashed the Gulf of Mexico. Now, if he had lived long enough for me to have this conversation about coronas, virus, coronas, now you Dante fans have watched this. And so it's like, and so there's also this talk about black goo, black eyed children in Florida. Okay, what about poor old Cuba? That stuff has been going around Cuba and getting in their stuff, and they're fishing there and gets in the air. I mean, so who knows what's going on in Cuba and Guantanamo Bay, and there's all the stuff that's been going on in Port-au-Prince and down there. uh, some weird stuff and storms and earthquakes, and so we can add all that stuff up to weirdness down there. But just yesterday and today, there's this hurricane thingy forming off the coast. And they had given me premonitions myself to Dave, Hawkeye, keep an eye on the Gulf, because there's going to be some stuff coming out of there. Okay. So we need June the 1st, next week. Well, Yeah, next week. Will be the start officially of hurricane season. So, but there's already stuff going on right off the coast now. Big thunderstorms came through this evening and earlier this afternoon. Supposed to be some more tomorrow. I hope we get some rain here. But to the point, though, that it's been going on. You know, it's 3:19. Yeah, Corona's right. I watched a video last week that mentioned black goo at the ancient. Can't remember where, but it's probably there is now. Here's another part of this. Years ago, when RRR Ronald Wilson Reagan was president, and they had the Falklands War. That what one of the things they found in the Falklands on that island down off the coast of Argentina and off the coast of Antarctica down there is where they found some black goo. All right. Now, this black goo apparently is sentient, and that some of the Harold Katzvella that got introduced to some of this stuff, the black goo that they had was from there. All right, not the same black goo from the middle of the Gulf. Now, for those of you who have watched that video that Dante put out a few months back, it's probably been 6 or 8 months now, where there's this place on where this shows this cop car or something going down the road this way, and there's a watching the road. Then they come back, and this one goes come around the curb, and this one does this. Then you see this spot on the ground and it's moving. It looks like beware of the blob, it creeps and weeps and grinds and slides across the floor, up through the wall, and all around the walls, a splotch, a blotch. Be careful of the blob. Anyway, and the movie The Blob way back in the day. But here's the weird thing is that you can clearly see on this videotape where he is zoomed in on this, you can see this gooey stuff that has somehow appeared after this second car goes by or whatever, and it's moving towards this point on the street, and it is beyond creepy. So, but this stuff already exists. It has existed, and oh my God. And, so people think they got it bad. Wait, and if they ever figured out that black goo was loose in Chicago, for example, that the blob was really true. It's not just a movie, it's based on fact. The blob, it eats someone, then it grows. It eats something else and it grows and it continues on. Oh, there's a lot of stuff about that. And I've met a lot of people over the years, artists and, folks like me, um, in that I was a puppeteer storyteller. And sometimes a story is just a damn story. There is no something tied to it. For example, my puppets are called the boneheads, and they're made out of cow bones and things. And I use them to help articulate and whatever. And there are people like this one lady up in Albany, Georgia. Anytime I was anywhere near the public library, she boycott me because I had bones on strings, and that because I had bones on strings as puppets, as an example to how you can make a puppet if you go looking for stuff, but use your imagination. But she swore that my puppets represented some kind of demonic thing because they were bones on strings and I was animating them in kid stories. I mean, you're a dumb bonehead. Well, hey, boys and girls, how y'all feeling today? My name's You're a Dumb Bonehead. What's your name? Oh boy, demonic, right? So they kind of copied, Barney. In a way, it kind of sounded like Barney, but Barney, copied it for me. But because anyway, but so there were places where people would grab their children, and this is a true story. I'm Larry the Leprechaun, little guy about yay tall, man. Made him out of hot melt glue and stuff, and got a hat on. And Larry the Leprechaun, right? So he's got to have some kind of shtick, right? So he pinches people. Well, on St. Patty's Day, he can become invisible, so he can go around and pinch anyone that doesn't have green. It's the rules, right? It's a special day because there is this special, dare I say, spell that he gets away with only one day a year. So I used the word spell, and half of the audience got up and walked out. And I went, whoa, wait a minute. What's up? Because I used the word spell. So then later on, I said, I said, okay, I won't use the word spell. Now, this is like, in 2002. All right. It's not like this is the dark ages, but some of these people up here in the prayer belt, they are like that. So then I changed the word to magic word. Not good enough. So on the third try, now this is in the same public library. So I tell the same story the third time, and I said, Larry, it's a secret word. So spell, uh-uh. Magic word, uh-uh. Secret word became the story. And nobody walked out after that. So I called Magic Mountain, where Larry had to go to learn how to learn the secret word, and it was part of the story. But anyway, so because Magic Mountain is part of Disney, nobody thought anything about Magic Mountain. So he goes to Magic Mountain to learn this secret word, not a spell, not a magic word, because he's going to Magic Mountain. Wouldn't that make frickin' sense? But they wouldn't buy that. So, a magic word, whoa. But a secret word, no one ever walked out on one of my shows after I changed it to that. So, but the story originally was he was going to Magic Mountain to see a wizard to learn how, because, he was a leprechaun, and because he's so short and everything, he got literally, humans were kicking him around all the time, and he was tired of it. He was fed up. So he was going to go talk to the old wizard at the Magic Mountain to get a magic spell so that he could become invisible and go around and pinch him. You know, that was his payback. You know, so oh my God, this is such a horrible story. So I had it all laid out with the puppets and who was but Magic Mountain could stay the same, but it was a secret word, and it had to stay in that vein. There was a secret word. Ooh. And he, couldn't tell anybody, but anyway, so for 20 years I got away with that. But I didn't get away with the first or second show by using those other words. But by simply adapting, told the same story, but it didn't piss anybody off. So then they didn't think that the puppets on strings were evil because I didn't use magic words and spells. I mean, it was a leprechaun, made out of hot melt glue, for God's sakes. No bones involved. But anyway, So I have had up close and personal, you know, writing my own stories, being the artist, performing these things, and people having these opinions about what you are or what it means after the fact. So there are some things that I just, I don't know. I think sometimes it's like, are these guys stretching it a little bit? But maybe not. But there are a lot of covert things within the Catholic Church. There are a lot of covert things that happened back in the day through the Methodist Church, through Native Americans, and what they did to the native tribes and to the young children. And it was horrible what they did. The Methodist Church, right? And, within the last 100 or so years, the demonic bone monster. Yeah. But no matter what I did, Roman, but people over the years that I did puppets, they hired me to do big gigs to open up, the park in Albany. Anyway, and there were hundreds and thousands of people there that were sitting on the banks of the river listening to me tell stories with the puppets and things. So it started out as, oh my God, there's Bones on Strings. And then it got to be, there's Mr. Dave and the Boneheads. It's like, because they knew he was goofy. They knew they was crazy. I was coming up with some, the thing about Halloween, he's a bonehead. He don't know. You're a dumb bonehead. What do you mean Halloween? Well, well, you're, this is brother Ima. Well, you're every year about, Halloween. All the kids get candy. Well, how come they get candy, Alma? Well, because they go up and they knock on the door and they go trick or treat. Well, what is that, like some kind of secret password or something? Yeah, I guess so. Trick or treat. And I don't know what they mean if you don't, but then you get your candy. Well, well, what is this Halloween business? I don't know, Yura. Maybe we should find out. Well, I think, if every Halloween, we should all holler ween, and then maybe we get more. That was the premise. That was just the beginning of the story of I'm and Yura at Halloween, and where my little thing that I've been throwing in every year, ween, it's Yura. He's hollering ween. That's how much of a bonehead is, but to him it makes sense. So, but yeah, I've had, my um, dealings with the public, and what um, certain people have made up their minds because where their brain is now. What's this got to do with Disney? I wonder where there are some people say, "Well, did you see how evil and what there was in that?" And I've watched this cartoon before, kind of grew up on it. And where is this? Somehow it's this sexual thing or something. And I'm like, I was pedophiled by priests, okay? So I kind of got a little different view of things. But then I go, I'm sorry. Um, there was what in that scene? Oh yeah, in this cartoon, it's a this and a that, and you see over here, and they do it in the slow motion. I go, seriously? Now maybe the guy who was drawing it was just damn sure screwing around, and that might be true, but it's going so fast. Oh, but it's trying to subjugate children and this and that. Listen, I've been watching these cartoons as a kid and as an adult, TV, movies, been to the big house, and what have brought them home, and I still don't feel any effect that Disney influenced me. Now there are people who are nuts about Epcot Center, and that every year they have to go to the Epcot Center. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily. It isn't necessarily Epcot itself is not associated really with the Disney thing. It's Epcot, Disney World, yeah, but it ain't the little characters and influences and cartoons. It's Epcot Center. So, but what's that got to do with it then? Is there something? There's a great big ball there. Well, if you're a flat earther, then you must think it's some kind of sexual deviant, this giant ball. Never mind, you know. So I don't know. Um, could they have been? Is there hanky panky and stuff going on there? Do children disappear? Absolutely. They got tunnels and openings and doors in places you would not believe. Having known people that worked there, and relatives and things over the many years, etc. The last time I went, somebody said, if you want to see, go over by the what you call it, and then just stand over or sit down on a bench and just keep an eye on this spot. Okay, and I did so, and sure enough, it was like the bottom of the tree moved, and out from this tree, by next to us something, this person came out from these stairs, looked around, turned around, and shut the little trap door, and they were like sweeping or whatever, but they were literally like coming out of all sorts of places. And I, long before anybody said anything about child abduction or anything like this, right? This is where the workers got in and out. And they had tunnels everywhere so they could access here and there. And there were people on radios that, yeah, being a carny and so forth, I automatically pick up on that. And then, but people, coming out of the side of a, literally a tree or a this or that, it was like, and then my gay friends who told me all about the flowers and everything they do and the landscaping. And oh, yes, they have them all numbered. They have. And then I noticed that there were guys who were like taking notes and things. If a plant looked wilted, they'd be making little notes and stuff. And it was fantastic. So there are certain things that I know they do that are absolutely remarkable. And could it have something to do with, could they be abducting children or something or whatever, and that they're all reptilians or whatever? Maybe. I don't know. I know there's some crazy stuff in this world. So, um, but is everything Disney evil? There's a lot of people who work at Disney. I've been to Disney World several times, Epcot Center, and there's just a lot of fun to be had. If you just want to have a vacation and do this and that, it's all in one place. It's a little expensive, but it's all in one place. You can have a good time. Is everything related to, you know, porn or this or child abduction? No, there are a lot of stuff that you can just go there and just have a good time. You know, are you oh, well, if you support Disney, listen, there's a lot of other people that are being supported by stuff, and Disney makes enough money just on residuals of movies and yeah, it's about that time. But Disney makes enough money off of merchandise, you know um that but anyway, so bad things exist all over the place, hidden right in front of us. Absolutely. But is everything evil? Nah. You know? Um, so should we be aware and keep an eye on stuff? Yeah. But is everything and attention, alarmist, is are people crying wolf too much? And my biggest concern after 4 hours and 19 minutes, almost 4:20 there too. So that's good for a last minute toke. It's a 3:20, 3:38 and 4:20 hours. 4:20. Dark Lord, let me make this statement. This is what my intuition is picking up from what he said, and some of my own downloads that a lot of times, 80, 90% of the time, corresponds some way into something that Dante has talked about, or, so, and I've had messages from people that say, yes, there are folks from the Christus group that do watch, and I'm blessed if they do. Um, I know my mission is from Mother Mary and from that essence, in that we must all believe, we must all have faith, and we must have trust, and we must, you know, obey that universal law of one, to do no harm. And that, the mother goddess thing, well, for me it was Mother Mary, but that is sort of the goddess thing, and I'm not quite sure yet how that fits in for me, but gotta have faith, because I've had my own. She showed up in my house. Okay, I mean, if I did not dream it, she showed up in my house with two other folkses, and Sister Helene I knew. So if it was a hallucination, I was sitting here looking over there when it happened, and Sister Helene was very plain and much shorter and dressed in white, in the habit that I remember her in. So, um, you know, if it was somehow some kind of hallucination, it was really clear and vivid, and like, it wasn't some kind of mistake, some kind of, did I imagine it? No. Sister Helene was the same height. She wore the habit the same way. And like, I haven't seen her in, since, oh my God, holy, So anyway, for me, there you go. So he knows that there are different factions, like the Mater and Blash, and there's some other folks that are, trying to, they're trying to intervene in the way that is like not being seen. Like, for example, a while back, there was some vans and a spot in Washington, D.C., that were showing these vans going in somewhere. It might have been the White House, can't remember. But anyway, and there was, um, Christus signs nearby. So that, there are folks all over the place that are trying to keep this thing from getting out of hand. Okay. The United States, we all know how screwed up it is. So they're trying their best to influence in a way to get the people who need to be arrested. The folks need to be prosecuted. But there are these entities that just want to see us dead. They don't want to, they don't want to, they don't want to compromise. Okay. They're compromise ain't in it, because that's not the kind of entity that they are. All right. So Dante has mentioned the Anunnaki a couple of times recently, as far as years ago versus more currently, and that they're trying to help stabilize, fix stuff, or whatever. But these bad guys, we have to understand, they're like Klingons. Okay. But worse, they don't really have feelings for each other so much, because that would be like too human, sort of like a, Vulcans, in that, that doesn't make logical sense or whatever. But to the point though, think of a reptilian. Think of the dinosaurs back in the day when you were going and watching Land of the Lost, okay? And the brontosaurus was getting eaten by the big, T-Rex. It could never figure out why that little son, why he had such small, you know, uh, front forearms. No wonder he was mean all the time. He was pissed. He could barely reach his mouth. He couldn't scratch his ass. I mean, come on. If you were a T-Rex, wouldn't you be pissed? But anyway, so I'm sorry. I got a little sidetracked there. But to the point of, things eating stuff and, so reptilians. And the reptilians got smart along the way and developed into these bloodthirsty space aliens who have learned technologies that can put their essence. Now, if you've ever watched, I noticed stuff also recently with the discussion about aliens. Guess what is being um, focused in a way on Tubi? For those of you, Tubi's on Roku. Anyway, Tubi, um, and maybe there's an app, I don't know, but in their recommended spot is the series V. Now, V, obviously, if you pay attention, stands for Flash. And there are these beings that look like us, but opens up a mouth and can swallow a entire rabbit, okay, or whatever. So it's like, if you kind of sort of want an idea of what's like really going on, there's a lot of stuff in that series V that is right on point. Okay. There are technologies and they're trying, but they're bloodthirsty. They don't care. Their compromise is only so that they can it will get them further down the road. But as far as like honoring something, yeah, let's shake hands. And then later on, they'll come back and cut that hand off. So I saw a spiritual dinosaur. Uh, what kind of girls are you into, Scratch? Well, that's you know, um, a girl who's a real girl. I don't know if that even exists anymore. He said because he got too comfortable with the mask. Y'all talking about something else. But anyway, but to the point of what these folk want to do something really bad to us. What exactly is it? Well, there was this lone white guy that shot a bunch of people. There's been murders in Minneapolis. There's, people getting shot here and there. So they're going to do some more stuff to try to antagonize people. I don't know about the guy in that, did the shooting up north, but there's going to be some more of that because that's how they keep things, you know. Watch for the numbers, for example. I don't think, and we should understand this, okay? I mean, they planned on D Day, World War II, for years, okay? But when it came time for the actual day, there was bad weather, there were clouds, they were going to have to put it off. Everything was on hold. So nobody really knew when it was actually going to happen because certain conditions had to be met. So, folks, this is a war. This is not a game. So listen to the specifics of this. So when you might move a bunch of guys over here and you're ready to do, I don't know, let's just say, Operation Pink, whatever Operation Pink is. Operation Pink is all ready, but all the pieces aren't into play. And then the person or persons or place or whatever, they're supposed to be a boat, will come into a dock. And, Operation Pink is to do something, take over, blah, 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 but the ship never shows up. Circumstances change. So what is going to happen is these bad guys are going to put up their dukes and they're going to throw shit at us. That's a fact. It's going to come in different forms. That's a fact. Lots more spaceships being seen all over the place by everybody. And so that's a fact. So, the alien invasion, who's going to believe whom? There are pictures recently on different channels. People are seeing the angels in the clouds. They're seeing them ascend and descend. So, what's good or bad about that? People are seeing, instead of seeing demons in the sky, you know, they're seeing angels. So, which would you rather see in the clouds, demons or angels? Just saying. So, one angel cloud seen right with pictures, people now have in their mind, regardless of if it's the Charistus group or, Dante and his buddies, or it doesn't matter. They have seen the symbol of an angel in the sky. Jesus, guess what? On his return is going to come from the sky. Now, I told people years ago, I said, um, Jesus is already here, y'all. But um, if he came, he's going to ride in on a cloud. Well, what Dante had showed, these clouds with, hiding spaceships. And a lot of people have been taking pictures. I've seen them here down in South Georgia looking up at the sky and the clouds myself. So, yep, it's true. Not a cloud in the sky, and there'll be this one just kind of moving around by itself going, come on now, I see you. There's not another cloud anywhere but this one going, "Ee," and kind of flying around going, come on now. And it was actually kind of comical, but it was gone before I could get a camera, of course. And I don't carry my cell phone with me everywhere, but I should do that more often. But I was like, yeah, there's one, and Dante had talked about that. Watch the clouds, watch the skies. And so a lot of other people who don't watch Dante are taking pictures of clouds and things, and there's stuff coming in and out of them. So, to me, that kind of, well, it's kind of obvious now that that kind of stuff is true. So what about this time zone? All of these things are going to start to melt together. People who think that, there are, some UFOologists out there that all aliens are evil. All of them. All aliens are evil. They're demons. They're from, all of them. And they're stuck on it, right? And that just ain't true, but part of it is. Um, there are those who believe that the aliens come and mean that we're under attack. And so that the good guys, there was a movie years ago in black and white where these beings come to Earth and they're trying to warn the humans there's a bunch of nasty SOBs hot on their tail. They came to warn the Earth that there's some nasty mofos on the way. So what does the Earth do? It blows up the good guys. And as they're like blowing up into space, the message is, and then as soon as they get rid of the good guys, thinking they're bad, on the radar screen shows up the really bad guys by the thousands, you know. And so they're all going, oh man, we should have listened to them two glob people we just blew out of the universe. But so that we've been um, conditioned, obviously, programmed just simply because of all the sci-fi. But some of the sci-fi is true. There was something that I watched. It was black and white. I think it was 2 seasons. Um, One Step Beyond or something like that. And but each episode showed different things. But the science they discussed back in the 50s on a television show that came on for everybody to watch had all this honest to God true physics, and the terminology they're still using today. I was just like, I wish I could tell you which episode, but there was a couple of them in there. And I was like, oh my God, they were talking about this stuff in the 50s. Holy crap. So, as a science fiction, one step beyond, introducing us in what the hell they already knew about and were fixing to play with, um, you know, transporters and Philadelphia experiment and stuff, right? But anyway, so what are the premonitions for this coming up? The bad guys really want to hurt us. They really want to take out some of the Charista strongholds. So they ain't strongholds no more. One of the reasons for the war in the Ukraine, because there's a lot of old Charistas groups that go back centuries and millennia in that area. So why is there strife and everything in that area? Is because it ain't the same over here. You know, we got underground tunnels and things and this and that over here in the United States and Canada, but over there in Europe and the Ukraine and Russia and I'm just all over there. That and in China, they've got stuff that just goes back, you know, thousands, what, 13, 14, 15,000 years. And so this is a home, right? And so and these other guys just want us all eliminated. Wants them eliminated, especially so that they can control us even more and kill us off even faster. So we can just look for some more of the same. So, but anyway, so what's coming up? Anything specific? No, because that's why making any particular um, predictions on things as to when it's going to happen, how soon, what time, and all that kind of thing, we have to understand that the war is fluid. So for every piece that's moved over here, somebody's rearranging a piece over there. And as far as the chess game, as far as the art of war, and so um, it's hard enough to keep up with crazy mess that's going on the planet, to then also have to look to the skies and see what's incoming. So and um, the good guys have their secrets in that, hey, we've been in touch with a certain group from the Dog Star from Sirius, and they can't get here right away, but they're already helping, they're organizing, they're going to send, they're going to use the sun as a portal, and they're going to send a big, um, big Jupiter sized thing, and we'll be able to see it on the radar. But they'll have all kinds of folks and whatever in there. There's emergent, there's hospital, there's all kind, and it's going to be coming through. And that's going to be, they're going to send these folks in first. And then the battle group's going to come in. They actually want to get support groups in first. So when the battle begins, they'll be able to, they'll already be there. Makes sense, right? So there are things like that are going on above us, right? Because in one of the videos the other day, and I noticed, I was like, it was showing Jupiter again, because Callisto, stronghold, home base, Jupiter. So something with Jupiter and home base and us and them. So I would say keep to the skies, keep an eye on Jupiter. All right, because they have tossed rocks at them over the years. We've called them comets and so forth. Um, the bad guys are throwing rocks at, the Charistus group on their home planet, or one of the home planets anyway, of Jupiter. And, so there's other things going on. So we need to keep an eye on the other planets, the moon, of course. The moon jumped several degrees these last 2 days. It's like, whoa, and the earth is rolling around. So there's that too. But just remember these bad guys, if they see an opening without necessarily any long term planning or whatever, they just might drop a bomb over here just to, whoop, whoop, oh, look, dang, oh, dan, we got you. But then for the long, bigger picture of 20 years down the road, or 5 years down the road, or 5 days down the road, but because war is fluid, in that you're moving pieces and people and folks and stuff. And the other side is doing the same thing. And then there are other people in between. And then everybody's trying. So, if the boat don't come to the dock when Project X is supposed to go on, then it don't happen for either side. You know, good guys don't get it, the bad guys, whatever the reason, right? So you make the plans and then somebody don't show up, or they show up early, or there's more of them than there was supposed to be there, or they showed up, but the wrong people showed up. You don't even know who these people are. So you've got this undercover job thing, whatever. So the best you can do is watch and observe. And when all the pieces get there, then, and that goes for both sides. So, but keep an eye on the number of people killed, or his age was like 27, what the reverse would be 72, or if something with a V in it. His last name is Vandermeer or something like that. What? Well, but so there are keys that Dante has showed us over the years. So when we see something, you know, what people see, they don't always aware, right? So keep your eye on and watch out for the strange stuff that's going on. That's true, Chloe. Scratch, I was the same way for a long time about bullies and stuff, and it depends on the situation. And then there are times when it doesn't matter, but he's a bully. So, but it really doesn't matter. And, our involvement, because we know he's a bully, or she or they or whatever, that sometimes it's no good, no matter what you say or do, no matter how you put it, no matter how, it ain't going to do any good, because they're turd heads. You know, that's it. That's the answer. They're turd heads. So what's coming up? It's going to be interesting. Uh, the other side is going to try to make it horrible. And from Dante's point of view, those folks that are close to the line, including himself when his car was on fire, and if you've been gone back a ways, he's been driving down the road and they were shooting at him. So there, it's real. There's a war going on, and we need to pray for them folks that are on them front lines. I know the other day, for whatever it might mean, while I'm here in this conversation, is that I woke up the other day and I was sitting here and I was like, something's up with Dante. And I was like, man, I hope whatever is going on is okay. And I haven't heard anything the last couple of days. Um, um, and it just surprised me that I woke up and was like, whoa, because it woke me up. And that kind of thing doesn't normally happen for me. So whatever was going on, I was like, man, they're planning something, or somebody planned on something. I hope him and his cohorts are okay. And let's see, this is Sunday, Friday. It was within the last 2 days that I had this feeling when I woke up, just Dante. I was like, whoa. The first thing I did was lift the lid here to see if there was any messages or anything, or no, but it was odd. So, but in the times that I've had these kind of impulses for myself, I just have to wait it out and just see what develops. A couple of years ago, I would go into a panic, and then I got a Mother Mary message, and it was very directed. And I think I even did a video about it. I was like, the to the silent 72 plus, we all just have to, relax. We can't always hear what's going on the front line. We can't always partake, and we can't worry. There were times when there were guys that were missing for days in World War II behind enemy lines, and they had mostly survived and had achieved their goals. And, so there are times when, in this day and age of immediate, information, there are times when you just can't get that, or nor can you have that information, because there are so many puzzle pieces being worked on at the time. It's and war, this war with aliens and entities, interdimensional entities. We're working with black goo, for crying out loud. Okay, real honest to God black goo. And wait a minute, hang on. So people think it's just a war in Ukraine, or it's Putin, or it's this. It is so much more. And Dante's given us lots of drops of information. And so for me, and I don't mean to be rude, but for me to see all of these different aspects shows how complicated it is. And when people make these comments, well, I just don't know why he doesn't do this, and how come they don't do that, and the blah blah blah, and Dante this and blah, and I'm like, for I could see why Dante says, fuck off or not, either stay around or don't. He's got an attitude, because he's got a planet full of people who have copped this attitude. And I listen and I go, man, they're busy doing this. They've got all kinds of, pictures with him and the goddess and other people. So they're planning, they're working, they're helping. And, um, so with that said, there's a war going on. Yes. And recently, the video with him and his car on fire in his driveway. Absolutely. Lately, yes. That's why they quit putting out more videos. And the last one he put out, he didn't say much. He just kind of waved at everybody, and he wasn't sure if he was going to make it through this time, but he would be back. And if something happened to him, there would be someone to keep the communications going with the cause and with the Charistus group. And so, um, them too, Dark Lord. It's the Vlash and the Mater. It depends on who's where, and what their side's doing. I mean, think of this as a really nasty Hitler thing. And so, the only thing scratches, I've had some personal things with Dante and the channel and the group and things and stuff. Other people just go, well, I don't know. And that's okay. But I've been watching, in touch with Dante, sent emails years ago. I've done, the the 72, the silent 72 plus videos, kind of sort of with instructions. I have to do this because there are a lot of people who have listened to Dante or watched him, or and they've only caught a little this or that and they don't understand, or so it's like I've just tried to help kind of fill in a little bit. But have I met him personally? Not in this life that I know of, but I do think I've met him in a previous life on a mission. There's too many things that he's talked about the Christus over the years that I personally just, yeah, I was with you on that trip. Yeah, we stormed the walls in the medieval days. Yep, I was there and can't explain it, but yep. Um, but when I did the video about having Mother Mary messages and so forth, apparently somewhere along the line, there must have been someone who said, yeah, he's telling the truth. And I was like, what? Because they were like, yeah, we believe you. And I was like, holy shit, you believe me? I mean, it did happen to me. I'm not telling a lie about this. The three ladies in my living room here was damn surprising, and but meant a lot, and got me started and the kick in the butt and so forth. So um, that's all I can say in proof. But for me though, do I believe that there are angel groups that are out there helping us? Absolutely. Absolutely. And was Jesus an alien? Yeah. A lot of us are. Native Americans know they're from the dog star. They know they're from different places in the universe. They are aware of it. They believe it as part of their history. They acknowledge it. Where everybody else is like, no, that shit don't exist. And so the difference in cultures and things and peoples and their awareness and acceptance of stuff, the Hopi, the folks out in the four corners, the Navajo, I've known many Navajo folks over the years, and the New Mexico area, and they are very much aware of interdimensional beings like skinwalkers and so forth, as well as a chupacabra type of devil demon thingy. Um, and they also believe that they came from the stars. Yeah, Navajo. Yeah. Oh, some of their stories and stuff. And I knew a couple of folks, and one gentleman was a Marine. And the last I heard from him, I'd run a you know, I'd been to several powwows where he and his wife were at. And then they lived around Albany, which is just north of me, and I was there at the flea market walking through or whatever, and and he and his wife were there with their children, um, and I bumped into him and asked him how's he doing, and he was being shipped out overseas somewhere, to the desert, and that's the last time I've heard or seen of him, and that's been quite a few years ago. So, but anyway. I got to actually meet and talk with a true, he's passed away now, a true Navajo code talker from back during the Pacific War and World War II. Very interesting, very serious man. Just went through a lot, him and his comrades, on Iwo Jima and the other islands out there. Just amazing about a little bit about Hunter S. Thompson. My son was very much into him and so forth. And I read and tried, and I just thought the guy was loony. He was on too much acid. I've had a lot of acid in my day too, but this guy just seemed like he was just, a little out of it. But no, I'm not any kind of authentic, whatever about Hunter. Um, but I did do a video recently about, fear and loathing on planet Earth. And it was sort of, you know, in a way, sort of bashing Hunter I didn't really come out and say it or anything, but anyway, my friends, I'm tired. Oh my God, it's 4:14 in the morning. Wow, I yacked on for another dadgum hour. Well, I do think some of this stuff is important, really. And my job is just to inform folks, put out as much as I know is to be truth. And if I tell a lie, they will. My spirit guides, and I have an angel guide as well, and they will harass me. They'll make me get up and fix it, you know. And so I'm making a point to not stretch any truth or any information. If anything, I'll hedge my bet and say, well, I've heard something about this, and it might be about that. But you know, but the thing about specifics about things now, we are at war. Yeah, I'm about to crash my eyeballs too. But the thing is that, you know, the message that keeps coming through is that there are a lot of entities, angels, spirit folks, all on the good side, trying to stop these folks from whatever they're planning. They are planning on some other type of variant. But I think what a lot of people have seen, they've already accomplished in that after 2 doses of the um, vaccine. My daughter and folks down there in Pensacola did this, had their shot, had their backup, and then several weeks or a month or so later, they all got sick with it. I mean, for 10 days, they got sick with it. And so they've already sort of marked people. Unfortunately, my daughter would be in this group in that after so many months had a reaction to the variant despite having had the shots, the you know, um, and that's what I'd be more worried about as to whether or not there's another variant, because people are already reacting in a stunted sort of way what they've already injected these folks with. So what's next? That's a good damn question. But since their bodies have already been prepped, do they actually have antibodies that would stop any other variant that might come along because they've already built up a tolerance? But if they've had the shots, both of them, and they still got it, does that mean they're safe? I pray for my daughter and my folks who had their shots, my sister and some of them included. So I don't know. All I know is because of my own health reasons and so forth, I don't do shots like that anymore. Am I an anti-vaxxer? For me, the answer is yes. It's up to the individual to make that um, for themselves. It's 4:17. Okay, going to start a minute early. And wish you all a good morning and a good week as well. You know, I know there are folks who, you know, they probably go, yeah, Dave's really praying for us. No, I really am. I mean, I wake up in the mornings or in the middle of the night, somebody will be on my mind. I'll send a prayer out to the universe and hope that it gets there. And am I hoping for good things to happen? Yeah. Are we going to have to go through some hard times? Yep. They want to see how many people are going to panic over some of this, the food shortages. And months ago, I talked about the supply chain, that it was going to take a while for things to get back into the swing of things. We've got storms, we've got weather, we've got circumstances that are slowing things down. Does it mean that we're all going to die tomorrow? No, but it means that it's going to take a while for things to get back into some kind of something, you know. Are there folks that are trying their best to keep us? Uh, I don't know if you can right now, Dark Lord, quite frankly. Um, I will, because they're at war, okay? Quite frankly. Yeah, he contacts you. That's right. Hey, Fox, would you be so kind as to tell him the name of the channel now? I know it's Aliens and More or something like that. I can't remember. Because I'm about to crash and it's 4:19. But can I be so nosy, Dark Lord, as to ask why you want to contact him? Because it better be damn sure important. Otherwise, it's just like frivolous. And I mean that with the best of intents, but it better be damn serious for they even pay attention. Because they have thousands upon thousands of emails every day from people all over the world. So whether or not you have good information, you want to help, that's not the point. The point is, and he ain't going to say, ain't going to say. And the best thing we can tell you is watch his videos. Because what's to come, if he can tell us, he'll put it out. He'll warn us. He warned us about COVID. He warned us about Prince COVID thingy in the Gulf of Mexico and tied some other things together. He even showed where the Pope was bowing down to her and how the Pope mentioned it in one of his messages. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of interesting stuff. So what you can see, yeah. And if you don't already know him, he ain't going to tell you nothing. He's going to say, subscribe to the channel like he has told us all. And even with the sort of personal information and they reposted one of my videos years ago. And I feel that have felt, and they agreed with me that was, they were like, yep, we trust you, Dave, because they reprinted one of my videos entirely. And I was like, what? So, um, hang on a second. Let me, where's the best way to find it? Maybe here. Just a minute. I went to another. Um, it's 4:21. See how? Come on. Let me turn you off too. Um, just a minute. It's slow to load.
We've got a lot to cover with you, Glenn. And first thing I want to cover is your.
I guess I could have done it. No, never mind. Hang on. This slow to load. Okay. Are you ready? It's called Aliens and Others. Aliens is capital and with an ampersand, and others. That's the name of the YouTube channel, Aliens and Others. Oh, I see. Ampersand. Thank you, Fox. I just know that they're under fire, and I think one of the things now is that when they know when you know an enemy's location, it's a lot harder to defend. You know, um, just in what I know of stuff, uh, I think previously, because I was really good at playing capture the flag and stuff in the swamps and woods and calculate and hide well. I didn't go to Vietnam because I broke my leg, but I think it would have been an extra good soldier in that I could sneak. I can still be sneaky, but being able to go through the woods and not make noise and just stuff, and like make yourself disappear. But the idea though that I do believe in angels and I do believe in the good spirits. I believe there's some bad ones too, but at the same time, um, the people, for example, I was going through one of my channels today, and it was like the comment that is that every alien is an interdimensional demon. Okay, they're nothing in between or nothing extra or less. Um, yeah, well, they've been trying to keep their nose out because the enemy is upon them. Okay, Dark Lord. They're just at the moment. You just have to be patient. But that's what's on it at the moment. So, having been attached for many years and some other side channels that I have not heard from, haven't heard from Damir and the other one. So, but there's a couple of side channels that if we were to know those of us, they would let us know. But if you're in a war and somebody's shooting at you and they know your home base and your location, these days it's kind of hard. You're going to have to find another location to hide your ass. You know what I mean? So, what used to be like normal, he ain't going to be able to be normal. I agree, Fox. I know that um, they got their heads down. That's what I saw the other day. It might have been this morning that I had this thought of Dante. This is, it was out of character for me. When I wake up and there's something like right there that, whoa, that, but anyway, but it was sort of like, boy, that was close, like, you got your helmet got nicked or something by a bullet and you were, shoo, shit, that was close, so there is that. But um, I would agree with you that things are as good as possible. And, but here's the thing, we never know about the enemy, what they've got up their sleeve next. You know, we can procrastinate, or, prognosticate. That's the word I was looking for, and try to talk about, what the football teams are going to do this Saturday night, and, but you don't know until afterwards, right? And so with all the prognostication and if and intel and stuff, sometimes it just don't work out. And so when people say, well, I thought blah, blah, blah. Well, it didn't work out that way. We tried, but, um, in my world of whatever, I feel that there are a lot of entities displaying other dimensions, other worlds, other galaxies that are really, really trying to help us. I that is like it's right there. And that, yeah, there's trouble. Yeah, there's folks dying and getting hurt and stuff. That's a fact. Um, Psychologically, I know I have felt a couple of times that I feel like I've been under attack, but I have been assured by all the rocks and crystals and things I got around me, and with my angel brothers, that I'm as protected under the circumstances, and I'm good with it. Have being here and talking with y'all about these things, and that I've got my face out there, and I've talked about Dante and the Silent 72. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to hide, but at the same time, I'm not trying to stir anything up neither. You know what I mean? So, but for those of us who care, for those of us silent 72 plus, those of us that don't have any direct contact or whatever, but we do want to work and help for the good side. We do say prayers to help our brothers and sisters that are fighting this war up front and personal. That, for whatever it is, we got your back. I mean, I'm saying prayers to folks that are working for us that I've never met, but I know, just like the soldiers sent to fight our wars, that these folks are there on purpose. I know Dante has showed that some people change their minds or whatever, or and betray, and hopefully that don't never happen. And for me, I know I made up my mind years ago that I was like, no, I'm not going to work for the dark side. I just don't care. Maybe he's a double agent, but no, no, I've made up my mind. And no matter who it is, what it is, whatever they want to give me or take away from me, I'm just not working for the other side. Go ahead and kill me, torture me, do whatever you're going to do. But no, I am not working for them. I'm working for the good guys. If it's the angels, the Charistas, whoever, whatever their names are, don't care. But I mean, it's okay. No, if you're working for the good side, I'm working for you then, no matter what I can do. So recently, the message has been continuous. To believe, 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 believe. Have faith. Don't give in. Don't give up. You know, keep your faith going. Keep that thing. Keep you going. Keep that internal thing going. You know, don't fall into the trap. All the traps they're setting for us everywhere. So my mission, let's have these conversations. My mission is to keep us from getting in those down situations. My mission is to, hey, y'all, we haven't heard anything from them. We got to be patient, because that's one of them things. And at some point, we who really believe will be shown. It comes to us. It just does. It's a heavy role to play. Honestly, you should pray, or you should pray more honestly. Like, or just what do you mean by honestly? Um, the Fox is very simple. That I used to think it was crazy, nutty, and when I talk to monks and folks, that in the Catholic religion and other religions and faiths, and then shamans and medicine men and folks, right? So in the comparison and reading and watching and learning, and for myself, um, you know, prayer is can be a continuous thing. So over the years, and I can kind of see where monks do this, because in being the hermit down here in the swamp, you it just becomes a conscious thing. When you wake up, you go, it's a great morning. Prayers to all of you that are on my list, and prayers to, and hope everything's going well for, and you just take a deep breath, and that starts the prayer for the day. And if somebody or something comes across your mind, and then you give that some like specific energy or prayer to, or like today, I think it was that I was thinking about Miss Delaney Pearl, and I was like, so wait a minute, but not quite sure what it was, but she was okay, and she was in the chat earlier, so which was just interesting. But um, so for me to get a message myself, wake up in the morning and go, you need to keep on with the believe. And you need the next video, you need to make sure you harp on this and make sure everybody, you know, stays strong in them in their own self. And yes, we're going to have moments of weakness. And yes, it's going to seem hopeless. And we just got to put our big panties on, our big boy pants, as they say. And we just got to do it, whatever it is. I remember a time that years ago when I first was I was digging my well, and I mean I was really homesteading it here, and there wasn't much water in the well to begin with. It was only about 12 foot, but there was water in it. So I'm living here by myself, and I got this makeshift shower, and I'm taking this shower, and the water just smells funky. And I was like, what the hell's with the water, So I finally, it's like putrid. I turn off the shower and I go up the hill a little ways, and I look down, open up the well, and there's a dead cat in the well. This thing is be loaded up with all kinds of things on it, flies, and so now I begin to puke because I have just been like got my mouth in it, and so I have been gargling with putrid, gaseous cat, right? Oh man, I can't wash it off of me. I can't, holy crap. And I got to go to work because I was working second shift. And so, and what do I do with the cat? Well, I got the cat out. Holy Jesus. But not being able to wash it off. And I got gallons of bleach. But so here's the thing, you think everything is copacetic. And then, you're taking your shower and cleaning up just to find out that a cat fell in your well or something. So, but, to the point where you think everything's going around just fine. And then the universe steps in. So with wars and things and stuff like that, as complicated as it is, we have to consider that. Yeah, because it's not that you have, once you set up the subconscious conscious thing, like I've been trying to explain and discuss with people, that, it's a sub hypnotic suggestion you give yourself that when I wake up in the morning, my prayer for peace and harmony and help and awareness, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, the blessings from the universe, And they gave that prayer to me, and I'm like, it's a good prayer. And at the end of every one of these that I do it 3 times. That was one. But so um, it's not that you, Fox, the realization is that you don't stop praying. Once you start it and say, I want this prayer to continue, even while I'm sleeping, when I'm driving down the road, the prayer is going, but here's the thing, Fox, keep it simple, but that can include a lot. Like I've continued prayers for harmony between people. You know, it's a very straight and simple thing to pray for harmony, or pray for healing, but versus I pray for harmony and healing. Nah, pick one. Now you can change it from day to day, or at times, like in the morning, it's harmony, and at the end of the day, it's for healing. Or in after a video, I'm for enlightenment and understanding. So, but anyway, but the prayer can continue. So when you go to sleep in your subconscious, you've got this little program, this little application that's running. That's it's your prayers. They're honest, but you don't have to stop and pray because you've got your own little app running that is doing the praying. And it's honest, it's serious, it's not made up, but you're using what, the creator gave us is the ability to be able to do this. So great shamans and people and wise men that I've met, there's just something about them when you see them that you there are questions you want to ask, and you just look at them and go, I I don't know what to ask. It's overwhelming, and so you just and just I'm pleased to meet you. Thank you, because there I just learned a lot just looking at your aura and walking into your energy. Holy crap! Like the medicine man that I met, who was you know um, a great grandson of Crazy Horse. We've talked about it on Robert's show and so forth. And then a gentleman came here about a week or so ago, and a friend of mine brought him by, and we were having a chat. And he goes, I've met that guy. And his name was like Gray Wolf or Gray Fox or Gray something. Anyway, and he goes, and he went around. And so I was like, I met the same guy. I've had conversations with this dude. Really? Yeah. Oh my God. So after all these years, he met the same guy that I did, the same great grandson who was going around and preaching this thing, and holy crap. So the fact that after all these years, he and I were talking about it, although we've never met, but we have a mutual friend that I've been talking to, that he's been talking to, that now has heard the message from the Crazy Horse grandson. And it's time for peace. It's time for the tribes to band together. It's time for us to put our petty differences aside. White man, black man, red man, it doesn't matter. We need to put our petty differences aside, and we need to come back together and to heal Mother Earth, and to have more respect and to have honor back to the universe. Now, what the hell is wrong with that as far as a message to the universe? That's on my mind quite a bit. So, if you think along those terms, in that, you know, many shamans, many, you know, um, um, chiefs, there were things that Sitting Bull said and did, and they, just shot him anyway. And in Crazy Horse, and fighting for the nation, fighting for the people, fighting for the earth, fighting for the right to be free. And Native Americans, even on their own reservations, are not free anymore. So, but to the point though, there's rape and murder and drugs, and just prostitution and abduction. It's horrible what's going on in the many reses. And it's not the Indian that's doing it; it's the white man that's taking advantage of the red man. But anyway, so there are things that are just wrong all over for whatever reason. But the message of the spirits on so many levels is clear: stand strong, have faith, believe, 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 and don't give in to them no matter what. Just don't give in. So, and by not giving in and staying strong, um, we support our brothers and sisters in the spirit realm and this realm, because they can hear us. So, Fox, in that respect, do you get what I was talking about? It takes a little practice, but here's the thing: it doesn't occupy all day long, because you say to yourself all day long, my as I'm working in whatever, I'm actually praying for harmony for a particular. You can. It's not like it has to be the same prayer, the same thing every time, but you do have to use so my prayer for the day. So once your brain and your subconscious gets used to it, it'll run these prayers. So it's sort of like I used to work radio, right? And TV too, but in radio. So you've got these commercials on these carts, right? They look like 8 tracks. And so you got all these carts stacked up for your, your commercial break, top of the hour, you do a news and weather, and you got all these commercials. And so you take one out, you put one in, you play it, you intro. The weather is the top of the hour is 4:34 or something. Anyway, in the morning time, you're riding with Hawkeye Two Feathers and group, and we're happy to have you here on this Monday morning on May the 23rd, 2022. And oh, it's 444. How about that for numbers? But anyway, so there is this programming that that has to be lined up just right. But in order for the show to be, the way it's written down. And so, but sometimes the phone rings, sometimes the cart doesn't play. So you have to be quick and adjust. So with the war and with these things that are going on, there's sometimes that it's just like the phone didn't ring or you didn't get service or some of the dumbest things that'll stop, slow up, or otherwise, put a bump in the road for whatever's going on in life. So we have to believe that we can adapt to any situation. So when the tape cart don't play and you were going to play this 30-second one and it was the lead in to your weather report and the cart won't play. You take it out and it's got to reset. So you got to do something in the meantime. So you think, I mean, this is like instantaneous. Bang, 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 pull one out, put that because you don't want dead air. So, you modify, but the show must go on, and it does. And you make it work. And the people on the outside don't know that your cart didn't work and that the commercial didn't play in the right spot. You play the commercial after, and you do the thing, and you adjust, you adapt. Can we do it? Yes. How are we going to do it? Don't know. But here's the good night, Barry. We'll talk soon. I'm fixing to go too. But to the point, though, in this, keep your faith that you can adapt. Are we going to have to adapt? Yeah. Do we know exactly what's coming? No. But you can bet they're going to be doing whatever they can to throw chaos in our way. We have to believe. We have to trust in the world and your prayers, subconscious, and mean it. When I say I love you all, when I say I truly mean what I say, when I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. I truly mean it, and I've had my arguments over the years with one with Mother Mary kind of thing way back when, but we got that straightened out. But my spirit guides and all, and it's like, you know, I don't want folks to think I'm just saying this, just some kind of half-assed remark that I'm some kind of special guru or whatever. I'm not. I'm just an old hippie hermit living down here in the swamp, and it is my choice and by my choice, and it wasn't my desire for many years, but I've accepted my role, and I'm here to have conversation and to honestly offer prayer. At the top of my driveway is a sign that says the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. I stand by it. Folks have come. You can come and or you can come physically, mentally, or sit in the chat room, but you're always welcome. And, to have our conversations. So I continue to pray in the law of three, because this is the third one. A little earlier, I did one. So in the law of three, that is really important to me. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe, and that you continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life now on a multiple layer everyday kind of thing. So uh, the message from the spirits are they're going to be throwing more stuff at us. So depending on where you live and how things go, but don't panic. But keep an eye out and plan ahead. You know, don't be stupid. Don't be a monkey. As Dante has said, don't be a monkey about this. Don't believe that you're part of that monkey business. You know, no, we're humans. Our relatives are from, the stars, like the Native Americans and many other Native peoples believe. So, with that said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope you all have a great day. Good morning, Elderberry. We'll talk later. Y'all have a good one. Please, y'all be safe, okay? And Fox, yeah, my prayers for the day. And while you're shaving or brushing your teeth or taking a dump, I mean, it doesn't matter. You can make your prayer for the day, but once you it's really simple to understand it. And so, and through the day, I go, oh, yeah, remember my prayer for the day is, and I'll repeat it like at lunchtime or something, some weird time during the day, my brain will go, oh, I will consciously repeat, a prayer for the day is still working, and you just keep going, you don't slow down or stop what you're doing. But that couple of seconds of remembering it consciously keeps that motor running. And after a while, it'll kind of cross your mind while you're doing something, and you'll know that it's running. Does that make sense? It really isn't hard to do. And, in the morning time, it might be prayer for the day is, and at lunchtime, you might hear some news or something, and you can change it. So it's not like, you know what I mean? So, um, but the idea that once you set that prayer in motion, though, if when you believe it, that prayer can continue to run. That's the big thing to understand. So, if that makes sense to you, Fox, and to all y'all out there, it's not as hard as you think. Really, honestly, don't overthink it. It's everything in the universe is keep it simple. So your prayer should be harmony or peace or healing to somebody that at a a volcano erupted. Send healing to that area. There's been a flood and people are grounded and people have lost their home. Send healing to the tornado victims or so it's you can modify it, change it, however, but keep the topic one thing: healing, help, stillness, calmness, whatever. All right. But, well, I want, my prayer is for this to happen and that to happen. Nah, turn it into separate prayers and say one prayer for this in the morning. When lunchtime comes, you change the format, and as a radio disc jockey, some of the stations I worked at in the morning time, all it was all gospel music until lunchtime. And then there was an hour of farm reports and etc. And then at 1 o'clock there was Paul Harvey. Good day. And then there was country music until 2 or 3 or something like that. And then there was more farm report and later day. And then it was rock and roll until 6. I mean, that was the station I worked at here locally. So, but for, different times of the day, different formats. So if thinking like I do from that type of experience, so setting your prayers up are just here's my morning prayer, here's my afternoon, here's my evening, here's my nighttime, however you want to look at it. But the thing is, once you set it up and you get it going with your brain and so forth, it will easily runs. It doesn't take a lot of effort and it's there. And can you help the universe? Yeah, I think so. So many of you, like Fox, I would bet you that because your intention to want to pray more consciously and whatever, that you're already sending prayers out. So, with that, my dear friends, blessings and, be careful. Keep it between the ditches, as we say down here in South Georgia, and that universal TTFN, ta for now. And we thank you, Bob, for keeping the line straight this morning. We thank you, YouTube. We thank you to the universe, Charistus and Dante. and all you entities and energies that are helping to, to get the bad guys out of here. We're with you. We stand behind you. That's my prayer always. So cheers, everybody. Till next time, please be safe and ween. Bye. Keep a smile on your face, even when it feels like crap. Bye.